maybe we should include our new merch in the intro, but it doesn't matter. Hang on. I am about to sneeze. I can't stop yawning. How do you get a cold in the tropical weather? It's ridiculous. Anyway, we are looking at the Chandler Halderson sentencing tonight, folks. Getting very close to the end of the line for the parent butcher. His freedom is about to be put on the block. Look at Judge Hyland there. Looks like he's about to do a judo chop. A judo chop on Chandler's freedom. Yes. But that's going to come later. We've first of all got to get through some statements of record from council. Then there's going to be some victim impact statements, which I believe are read out by Attorney Raymond for the state of Wisconsin. Chandler is going to speak at some point for the first time, on the record since his arrest. And it's quite amazing what he says. Short, but, shocking. Short, but shocking. Do we expect anything else? And then Judge Hyland is going to pronounce the most eloquent sentencing in history. Heartfelt, harsh, but heartfelt. Harshfelt sentencing that he's going to do. So that's what we're looking at right now. Yeah.
Let me call State of Wisconsin versus Chandler M. Halderson, case number 21CM 1568. Is that the correct case number?
CF.
CF 1568. Could I have the appearances, please?
William Brown and Andrew Raymond appear for the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Mr. Halderson appears in custody in court with his attorneys Crystal Vera and Catherine Doral. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's first touch base to ensure that...
Yeah, he does appear in court. He tried to not come. How, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Can I not come to my own sentencing? Because it's just going to be a life sentence, and do I really need to be there? I've got a lot of things to be doing in the jail.
Everyone has had access to the same materials as we're here for sentencing. A pre-sentence investigation was ordered.
Michigan. Hello, Nikki Love.
And Agent Alyssa Burke filed with the court the report of that investigation on March 7th. Attorney Brown, did the state receive and have the opportunity to review a copy?
We have.
And are there any substantial corrections that the state needs to note for the record?
No.
Attorney Vera, did you, Attorney Doral, and your client have an opportunity to receive and review the report?
We did.
Now, I did receive from Attorney Doral's signature a letter March 14th raising a couple of issues. Were there anything in addition to those that you wanted to raise?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to order that that letter be attached to the pre-sentence so that it accompanies it and notes those corrections and issues. In this age of electronics, there's no whiting out or writing on the original anymore, but I want to ensure that those are noted for purposes of future reference to this report. And I will note as well that the court received, as I noted, and reviewed the report multiple times. Agent Burke, you have my gratitude for your work in this matter. I always appreciate the information I glean from your reports and those of your fellow agents, but I understand the work that goes into this, and I understand the number of steps you take and how you reach out, and thank you very much for everything with regard to this matter and those reports. I also wanted to note the following victim impact statements which the court received to ensure that the parties received those as well. Beyond statements reflected within the pre-sentence, I received a victim impact statement from BH, which is Mr. Halderson's brother, from CAN, Mr. Mitchell Halderson's fiancee, JAH, who, as I recall, testified at trial and is essentially a sister in spirit to Krista Halderson, and then a fourth letter from an individual E.T. who was an individual impacted here based upon past connections with Krista Halderson. I also did receive, courtesy of JAH, one of the memorial cards regarding the, what I assume were funeral services regarding Bart and Krista Halderson. Attorney Brown, has the state received and had an opportunity to review all of those materials?
Yes.
Do you know of anything that I've overlooked that was submitted?
No.
And Attorney Vera, have you, Attorney Doral, and your client been provided the opportunity to review all those materials?
For some reason, the ET one doesn't sound familiar.
I did direct that it be distributed to everyone.
Was that from today?
That would have been a few days ago. It had come in directly to the court. I can provide a copy to you.
If we could just have a moment to review it, thank you.
Absolutely.
That's good.
And Judge, perhaps as the defense is reading that, just an administrative matter, the state would ask that the court adopt at least partially its amended media order in the trial. I don't imagine there'll be a problem, but I think there may be some new folks here from the media regarding the filming of people in the gallery here today.
I actually, did we distribute a copy, or I didn't download it. I'll print for each party a copy. I actually did distribute a media order about a half hour ago regarding those types of issues. I'll print a copy for you here in the courtroom.
We appreciate it.
I can get those done quick. Oh, okay, thank you.
How long do you think he spent on his hair this morning? I mean, how exactly does that go? You're gonna stand in the mirror with a little bit of commissary quality molding wax. Is it glossy or matte? Is it 24-hour hold or reworkable? We don't know. But he stands there, doesn't he, in the mirror, looking and brushing and molding, and I'll just put that bit back a bit and a little bit of fringe. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to have all my freedom taken away. I'm looking good.
And go ahead and take a look at that. Attorney Vera.
Could we get one more copy, please? We gave ours to the state.
As we talked, it does appear that this is one the state didn't have either. It was sent directly to the court.
I'll print a copy.
Thank you. It's the same letter.
I think we're all on the same page then as far as information coming into this hearing. As a statutory question, Attorney Vera, is there any reason we should not now proceed to a sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Attorney Brown, are there any victim statements being made here in court today?
No victims themselves are going to speak. What we're going to do is Ms. Raymond's going to speak first about some letters that we have that we were going to read, and then I'll conclude our arguments.
Very good. Why don't you proceed, please?
So, Your Honor, Mr. Brown and I are breaking up this sentencing. I'm going to talk very briefly about the character of the defendant and then go on to talk about the seriousness of the offense. Mr. Brown will then talk about second half of the seriousness offense and the need to protect the public. I'm going to spend a lot of my time today talking about the victims and who they were as people, but I am going to start with talking about the character of the defendant. This PSI was kind of not your average PSI. I've often said in serious sentencings that reading PSIs is one of the most depressing things about my job.
Right. She's gonna go on about how in most serious murder cases there's always some sort of terrible childhood or a history of abuse, and that there was nothing. This guy could not have had a more idyllic childhood and foundation of life.
And that I really dislike it, although what it does provide is a context to crime. Almost every homicide I've prosecuted, there's been a fairly tragic backstory of the defendant. Violence, drugs, just tragedy. And you often are left with an explanation. Not an excuse, but an explanation as to why a crime occurred. Why did this 18-year-old kill a 17-year-old? There's not an explanation here. Chandler grew up with a life of privilege by pretty much, I think, any sort of angle you look at it. He had two parents that were married and that seemed to be happily married. Two parents that from all evidence were completely supportive. Very sort of, his dad was the den leader for Boy Scouts. His parents attended every swim meet that he had. There's absolutely no evidence of abuse whatsoever in this case. Chandler grew up with no housing insecurities. He never had to wonder where his next meal was coming from. And he was never exposed to any violence that we saw any evidence of, or even really guns. The only tragedy, if you can even call it that, it's more really a part of life that we saw that occurred to him during his childhood was he did lose his maternal grandparents. He went to good and safe schools. By all accounts, he had a supportive extended family that saw him often and a large network of family friends that considered themselves his family. He had numerous people that would drop everything to help him if it was needed. He never faced any sort of discrimination that I can find from any source. By pretty much every measure, he was a white male who had a childhood of privilege. The only potential criticism that anyone that we talked to, and we talked to well over 100 people, was that perhaps his mother babied him a little too much or was a little too doting. As I often explain to my husband, that's what mothers do. It is out of...
Yeah, but it is something to be careful of, you know. Because too much of that can turn someone into a pussy. And pussies can be dangerous, you know? Overly doting mother. It's not the best idea. It's not the best idea. It shouldn't lead to murder. But it's not the best idea.
This life of privilege, this childhood, that was nearly ideal that he committed these crimes. It's also worth noting that these crimes were committed against these two individuals that provided this ideal childhood for him, the two people that took care of him. I only want to say one other thing about the character of the defendant. We certainly spent a lot of time in trial, and I don't need to belabor any points about that. But I do think it's worth noting that in all of the jail calls and messages that the detectives and Mr. Brown and I listened to, there was never even a moment where Chandler mourned his parents' death.
Yeah, that's something, isn't it? You know, I think it's not in there. There's no contrition, remorse, regret, or shame. And that may qualify him for a certain diagnosis. I mean, and it's not like he's just covering it up, is he? Is it? He actually doesn't give a shit. I heard one report say that after his interrogation concluded and he was arrested and taken back and taken downstairs and booked and charged with a lesser charge at that time, that he said to detectives that nobody really knows what happened and that he has no regrets, which is a strange thing to say to the people that are investigating you.
I found that really unique. I've prosecuted a lot of cases where somebody has killed a family member. Sometimes even a family member who was highly abusive to them. And there's mourning there. There's some sort of notion that they miss this person. It was interesting, in one message, somebody had told him that they just got back from his parents' memorial service, and they were sad. He suggested that they watch a slasher movie, Halloween. There was no discussion of who was at the memorial service, what they talked about, who they saw, any remembering of his parents.
I wonder who it was that was talking to him on the phone. I just got back from the memorial service, Chandler, and it was really sad. You should watch a slasher movie. I mean, is he being ironic or deliberately callous? He's very callous, isn't he? Strange thing to say.
I just think it's notable to bring up that how significant losing your parents is to a person's life and how much it impacts them. It impacts someone, and there's been no comment, no tears. And I just think that is worth noting. You know, certainly you could take that in a couple of different ways. You could say, well, maybe they're just not an emotional person. That's certainly possible, but it also suggests a certain amount of callousness, and perhaps even lack of remorse that is worth noting. So I'm going to spend the bulk of my time talking about the seriousness of the offense, and part of what that entails is the fact that this world no longer has Bart and Krista Halderson. And so I think it's an important part and to reflect on who they are. I'm going to start that by reading two victim impact statements. One was submitted to you earlier, but they asked that I read it out loud. The other one has not been submitted yet. It was just written today, I believe. The first victim impact statement is submitted by CAN, who's the future daughter-in-law to Bart and Krista Halderson. She's engaged to their son, Mitchell. And she writes,
What was her name? I don't remember it beginning with a C. What was her name? Mitch and... Anyone remember?
My life will be forever changed by the actions that occurred the week of July 1st through July 7th of 2021. I've lost my future mother and father-in-law in such a senseless and brutal way. This loss will remain with me for the rest of my life. I've personally been deeply impacted by this loss. My mental and physical health have suffered tremendously. As Mitch...
Caitlin. Yeah, it was Caitlin. Thank you, Ritz.
Mitchell and I move forward planning our wedding. Each decision we make comes with a reminder of two of the most important people to us, Bart and Krista, will not be there to celebrate this a special occasion with us. I've cried about their loss on multiple occasions and will continue to mourn and cry many more times. I've experienced a lot of weight loss as I was unable to eat due to the high level of stress, anxiety, and uncertainty surrounding what had happened to Bart and Krista over that long period of time. I missed work for over a month, and even now that I'm back, there are times I struggle to make it through the day. Bart and Krista were amazing people. They were there to help everyone and anyone with whatever they could. Krista had always been so welcoming to me. From the first time I met her in 2014 for Christmas to the morning that we both called her and Bart to tell them the good news that Mitchell and I were engaged in 2020, to the afternoon we spent at their home for Father's Day in June of 2021, just a week before they were killed. Krista was excited to talk with me and always made me feel at home. Bart had a wonderful sense of humor and was a great handyman. He helped us set up many things when we moved into our new home and helped teach us so that we could do it on our own next time. I miss their warm presence and their kind hearts every single day. Both Bart and Krista had so much to look forward to that they will never get to experience. They will never get to see their son get married or start a family. Mitchell and I will miss them terribly during these milestones. Holding their grandchildren, watching them play sports, hearing about school, and all those things that Bart and Krista were so excited for, they will never.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? I usually get a bit bored of, because it's usually told from the other way around, right? Well, at least in the ones that I'm familiar with, where a parent will come in and say their daughter has been murdered. They'll say something like, I'll never get to walk them down the aisle or watch them become a parent, and they go through those standard milestones. And for me, it gets a little bit samey. But now we've got it flipped around. It's the junior member of that arrangement that's saying, we're gonna go through the milestones and they won't be there. And for some reason, I don't know if it's because it's just more unusual to hear that, it seems more impactful, you know, because I mean, they broke up now anyway, I believe, but let's say they stayed together and had children, and then when Mitchell is there holding his first child for the first time in this special moment, right? I mean, all of those special moments, it's going to be shouting at him, glaringly, you know, obvious that my parents aren't here. I can't phone them up and tell them good news. I mean, which would probably be an instinct throughout all of those occasions. I mean, what a way to ruin someone's life. I mean, as well as his own. Chandler, congratulations, enjoy the concrete shitbox. But Mitch, this is gonna follow him forever. And he's probably gonna have the biggest problems of all. I mean, you know, we've already looked at Kat and how upset she was on the stand, and we've presumed the difficulties that she will face, continue to face, and so on. But I think she's young enough to bounce back, and she's far enough removed from the core family. You know, a couple of years, she'll be in a whole new range of life, you know? What was the likelihood of a 20-year-old and a 23-year-old going all the way? I mean, I guess it happens, but, you know, usually those relationships break up, and then there's other relationships. and you forget about it. I mean, but Mitch, he'll never forget.
Get to do. They loved going to wineries, breweries, concerts on the square, the farmers market, and had been dreaming about many different trips to explore Wisconsin and the United States. But again, due to their senseless murders, they will never get to experience these things.
Well, we already discussed that the Wisconsin River flows into the Mississippi, and that at least Krista's torso might end up in New Orleans. I bet she always wanted to go to New Orleans for Carnival, for Mardi Gras. Yeah, it won't be the same though. Amy asks, what do you think Chandler Halderson's end game was? Well, I don't think his end game was based in anything that could resemble reality. I think he was nudging towards, I think it was in a conversation with Kat, he was nudging towards the notion that they'd just suddenly decided to, elope, for want of a better, run away together and start a new life without telling anyone where they went. I guess it was either that, which is totally unbelievable, or some kind of, unsolved mystery that would eventually lead to a court issuing a certificate of death for them after a number of years of no sign, right? Either to be assumed that they were killed and buried by some maniac when they were on the way to the cabin, or the mystery couple, or that they had a canoe accident in Lake Sawyer. I still can't get over the fact that it's called Lake Sawyer, and he sawed them up. But as we know from the Denise Williams case down in Florida, Lake Seminole, when that Florida Department of Law Enforcement badass comes in, he's like, 126 people have drowned in Lake Seminole, and we've found every single one of them. And there were alligators there. There's no alligators in Lake Sawyer. Just beavers. Could beavers completely consume an entire human body? Maybe. They got the big teeth. Yeah, so his end game was either they ran away and decided to leave. It's a fucking big mosquito. Or that they disappeared and that they then eventually get certified as deceased. Which would be slightly more likely. Unbelievable, but, not really.
We are comforted in knowing that Chandler cannot physically hurt us. However, if he was given the opportunity for...
But, sorry to interrupt again, but the thing that I always come back to, knowing the pattern and the features and how Chandler navigates his lies to assist him in his scheming little plans, that each thing is thought out as a tool, right? And there's just way too much of the results of his quote unquote accident, you know. That was part of his end game. They won't be able, the police will never believe that I was capable of murdering. The gun he used, remember, no one knew about it apart from Kat and Smith, who gave it to him. And that's a group you can keep quiet. He didn't tell his mom and dad, and I think Agent Smith testified to that Chandler had said that Bart and Krista understood guns, but they weren't, you know, into them, and didn't particularly, you know, I think they had a few that were in a gun safe, but it was heavily suggested that Chandler did not go up to his mom and dad and said, hey, look at this cool rifle this guy just gave to me, right? Kat knew because she was there. If he could keep Kat quiet and he could keep Smith quiet, the police wouldn't know he had a gun. He hadn't registered for it with the whatever it is, the proper firearms license holder. All that Smith did for the transfer was take a picture of the serial number and Chandler's driver's license card. Now maybe he was going to put that through at some point, maybe not. I don't think he had done. So Chandler's thinking that the cops aren't even going to know that I've got this gun. If there are guns in the house, they're kept in a safe, which perhaps I don't have the combination for, and all of the bullets, they haven't been fired recently. I'm sure they can test for that. So in Chandler's mind, there is no murder weapon. And he's too sick to kill them. I mean, his dad was a big guy. Even his mother. I don't think Chandler could take his mother in a straight up physical fight. She'd bear claw his ass. So, yeah, part of his end game was the fact that the cops would think, because of his fall and the, what do you call it, the resulting medical ailments, cheesy legs, twisty nerve, broken brain, all of those things, no coordination, sensitive to the light, blah, 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 blah. There's no way. He's thinking that they're going to completely skip over me as anything like a suspect. I'm really thinking that the plan started to take shape as soon as he got that firearm, because no one knew about the firearm apart from him, Smith, and Kat. And I'm sure Chandler thought he was confident enough to keep both their mouths shut. He probably would never have envisioned, fucking hell, Smith hearing about this incident. He's in Kansas. You think he's keeping up on Wisconsin news? I don't think so. So I suppose the most likely thing that he was hoping for was that they disappeared and eventually they would be declared dead by a judge with a death certificate.
I would be terrified for Mitchell and my family's safety. Given the fact that he was capable of such calculated and horrific act of murder, I do not believe my family would be safe if he were ever to be released from prison. For this reason, I believe he should not be given the chance for parole. Bart and Krista's murders have greatly impacted my life and the rest of the Halderson and Frater family lives as well. The second letter is from Kayleen Halderson, mother of Bart and Chandler's grandmother. Judge, These are my feelings about Chandler. He is my grandson. I love him even though what he did was horrific. I can't believe his parents would want him to be incarcerated for life. I'm hoping he will find a trade or a craft while there to become a productive.
A trade or a craft? Cleaning toilets. Is cleaning toilets, is that classed as a trade or a craft?
And caring person. We hope the people in charge of that facility will feel someday he deserves a second chance in life with the possibility of parole. Chandler's grandma, Hyland Halderson. So last week, I had the pleasure and the opportunity to meet with Krista's best friend of 38 years, Jane. And I just spoke to her very candidly. Tell me about Bart and Krista. And she shared some really interesting and I think important things. She shared that Krista was a staple in her life, a sister in every way except for biological. She was the aunt to her daughters. She described Krista Halderson as having a lightness about her, that when she'd walk into the room, you would just feel happier. She was bubbly. She was a helper, wanted to always fix people's problems. Krista was described by her boss at work as the work mom for everything. She was the person you went to if you needed Tylenol, a hug, or a pep talk. She listened to people and cared about people. She went out of her way to lift people up. She was the type of person that you would feel happier, that would make you feel happier after you talked to her. The title that was most important to Krista was that of mom. That was her identity. Being a mom was her purpose in life. She was the type of mom that had bins where she saved her kids' Legos for the grandchildren. She had meticulous bins in her basement, each one perfectly labeled with no dust on them, that were organized and labeled their awards, their Eagle Scout journey, and various paraphernalia and photos. Jane said Krista was a joy and a blessing. I not only talked to Jane about Bart Halderson, but also his family over the last several weeks. Bart was quieter. He worked hard and he provided for his family. He was up for quite a big promotion right before his murder. He liked the outdoors, nature, fishing, and his family. He was redoing and in the process of renovating his entire house, nearly down to the studs. He had recently built a brand new dining table made of pure wood, which he had hoped that they would use for the rest of their lives, celebrating the holidays with the grandkids. He was close with his older brother, Brett, and his parents, who are both still alive. Bart is described as generous, doing little things to take care of people. Jane pointed out that every time he was in Milwaukee, he would always take her daughters out when they were in college for a free meal.
I think Mitchell just let his fiancée give the statement, which was just read a few moments ago, Amy.
With their Uncle Bart. One other thing that actually one of our detectives pointed out today is in the course of their employment, they read through a whole bunch of text messages from all sorts of people. And they were really struck about how nice Bart and Krista were. That they really didn't say a bad word about anyone, not even to each other. They were kind, respectful. They texted often about worrying about this son or that son and various things. They were loving towards each other. Bart and Krista, of course, will now not see their older son get married. They won't be present for their grandchildren. They won't get to experience the retirement that they really had been planning for decades. And they didn't get to say goodbye to anyone. Multiple people, when we talked to them about Bart and Krista, said, you know, if they would have found out about Chandler's lies and his deception, they would have been upset. They would have been. But they also would have worked with him to get him back on the right track. They were sure of this. More than one person had made a statement like this to us, that Bart and Krista would have continued to be the supportive parents that their entire track record had showed that they were. I just want to point out one more thing about the seriousness of the offense. The victimization that was caused here extends well beyond Bart and Krista Halderson. Because of Chandler's actions, his grandparents had to bury a child. His brother lost his entire nuclear family overnight. The entire family is forever altered. People who were generous to Chandler, such as his girlfriend and her family, have had their lives completely uprooted as well. Bart and Krista's friends will again never get to enjoy them. And numerous people have guilt because they wonder, were there red flags that I missed? Could I have prevented this? Chandler's actions have caused uncalculable amounts of trauma for dozens of people. Your Honor, as you craft a sentence, I'm asking that you please consider all this trauma as part of the seriousness of this offense in creating a just sentence.
I'm going to comment on some of the other sentencing factors. I'm going to start with the submission by the defense, which I thought was well put together, well written, and included an article, a law review article that I read with great interest. Obviously, it concerns what I do for a living, and it's something I should think about. One thing that, before I start, I do want to thank both the defense attorneys. I think they've done a hard job, a job that they've sworn to do and dedicated their lives to doing as being defense attorneys and public defenders. And I've appreciated their presence, and they've been nothing but respectful and honorable in their task. And it was a hard job in this case. But speaking especially to their submission today, Attorney Dorrell said something that stuck out to me as absolutely true, which is one of the lines, which is, it seems that people, I'm quoting, paraphrasing here, believe that today is a foregone conclusion as to what the outcome is. And I, like her, I don't know that that's true. And I certainly don't think it's true with you, Judge. I'll tell you that as a prosecutor,
Are you calling him corrupt? Yeah. I certainly don't think it's true with you, you corrupt judge.
I often prosecute homicides, and that's an unfortunate reality of being a prosecutor in a city. People commit the crime of intentional homicide. These hearings happen a great deal. My job is obviously to convict people if I believe they're guilty, and here, obviously, of course, I believe that, and I did that. But when it comes to sentencing, the questions are not simply in my gut, do I feel like this is a bad guy? Do I personally have some vendetta or reason to want to push for a specific sentence? My role is to examine the legal factors and to employ my role as the executive branch's representative in these hearings as thoughtfully and as compassionately as I can. I have to recognize, and I think all prosecutors should recognize as the representative of the executive branch at a sentencing, especially a sentencing in which we're talking about an imprisonment of the defendant that could be many decades, that nothing should be a foregone conclusion, that we should approach this with a level of analysis and questioning and of skepticism that we do some of the most important questions in our lives, professionally or personally. And I'll tell you and Mr. Halderson and the community that I've done that. I've thought a great deal, as has Ms. Raymond, as the detectives. Mr. Halderson's being sentenced to life in prison today. This hearing is about whether he's ever going to be granted parole or eligible for parole, excuse me. And that's a challenging decision for everyone to make. And I'll let you know that I have not entered this process in thinking about what the state's recommendation should be, with that being a foregone conclusion. Luckily, the law tells me what I'm supposed to think about when I'm considering what the executive branch of government is going to represent as its opinion in this case. It tells me that I should consider the gravity of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson, amongst other factors, mitigating factors and things of that sort. But those are the three that generally are focused upon. They're called the galleon factors here in Wisconsin. That's supposed to guide us in our thought process. And I'll walk through those and my thought process in making my recommendation. I'll start with the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson.
You see, even at this late stage, Attorney Brown is just done this whole thing in the most thorough way possible. Which, you know, it certainly is overkill. But it really speaks to the how committed the state was to ensuring that this got treated with the seriousness that it should be. I mean, they really didn't have to present half the amount of evidence that they did. And it's amazing that they put it together in 6 months, right?
I have no idea what they are. Mr. Halderson has an absolute right to not participate in these proceedings, and he is not being sentenced today, and I'm not asking you to sentence him based on his non-participation in either the PSI or a trial. Of course, those are his constitutional rights, or even today. That being said, as Ms. Raymond said, almost always in a sentencing hearing for a homicide or even lesser crimes, we have some understanding as players in the criminal justice system of the underlying causes of someone's problems, the root causes. Frequently, it's substance abuse. Frequently, it's mental illness. Frequently, it's inability to control anger and other behavioral problems that have manifested themselves throughout someone's life. You probably are wondering, and I'll tell you, it's been thoroughly investigated of whether there were any red flags that anyone missed. Was Mr. Halderson engaged in bad behavior as a youth? Was he harming animals? Was he harming people? None of that is true that we can tell. He seemed to be a pretty normal kid with a pretty normal life who did a pretty abnormal thing as he turned 23. You don't know what his rehabilitative needs are, and that's a challenge. The reason we focus on that is this idea in the criminal justice system that we can rehabilitate almost everyone. And I'll say, I think that to be true. I really do. The vast majority of people who are charged with this crime of first-degree intentional homicide, as grievous as it might be and as difficult as it might be sometimes for the victims to hear it, they are people who can be rehabilitated, that we can address that root underlying cause of mental illness or substance abuse, and they can emerge from the state prison system, perhaps not a perfect person, but a better person. And society can have some comfort, and we can all go to bed at night and sleep soundly knowing that we've done what we can to try to prevent some future harm from occurring because we've addressed that identifiable problem. You don't have that. And if you don't have that, I'm not sure how much you can consider that factor. And the law is very clear. When you're addressing the galleon factors, you don't have to weigh them up equally. You have to consider them all. But I would pose to the court that that's not a factor that you should ultimately consider a great deal, because I don't know what information the court could rely on in determining that there are some identifiable and fixable rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson. Next, the court has to consider the protection of the public. And here's where I think the court has to probably give a great weight to this factor. Mr. Halderson, by all accounts, chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide twice on a single day because he was caught lying about where he was working and going to school, or perhaps just where he was going to school. It was uncomfortable, probably, that he was caught. It probably wasn't an experience he was looking forward to in dealing with the repercussions of that. But those kind of inconveniences and uncomfortable situations are constantly present in life. Every one of us in this courtroom have dealt with bad situations in life. Every one of us have left work one day thinking, man, I really don't want to go home tonight because I did something and I'm going to have to talk about it. Every one of us here has probably walked into work one day thinking, boy, I don't really want to walk into my supervisor's office and got to talk about that. Life is full of inconveniences. Life is full of being uncomfortable. The difference between everyone else in this room and Mr. Halderson is all of us have owned up to that. All of us walked into those rooms, walked into our front door. All of us have addressed those situations, whether it be comfortable or uncomfortable, whether it lead to the loss of relationships or respect or money. We've all addressed them. You walk in, you take your lumps, you leave. But when faced with, in the grand scheme of things, a minor inconvenience in his life, Mr. Halderson chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide 2 times, and then over the course of several days chose to cut up those people's bodies and spread them around the state. Chose to lie to the police, concoct a bizarre story, lead his family down this road of believing that there was just some hope somewhere out there that Bart and Krista were alive. Because he got caught in a minor inconvenience. I don't know how you protect the public from someone like that. I don't know how any of us would have any comfort in thinking that Mr. Halderson would ever be in a better place to make those decisions more wisely. It's even more compounded and perhaps aggravated in the legal sense by the fact that no one saw this coming. He is someone who is able to perhaps have this capability or perhaps have these thoughts in life and insert himself into relationships, social situations, his family, without anyone wondering, is this a safe person to be around? Sometimes in court for homicide sentencings, the guy next to us is a history a mile long of violent crime and is willing to talk about it, and you wonder when people are even around that person. It seems like a dangerous guy. Part of the risk of Chandler is he doesn't look like a dangerous guy. He's packaged up into like a normal middle-class kid and was able to fool everyone. Not only fool everyone about these crazy lies about work and school and activities, but fool everyone into believing that he was a safe person to be around, that he was trustworthy, that he wasn't going to, and not exaggerating the fact, shoot you in the back, because that's in fact what happened. Someone in Mr. Halderson's shoes with his mindset can never be safely in this community. His willingness to solve the minor inconveniences of life with brutal violence can never be mitigated in our community. As long as he breathes, he will be a risk. He will be a risk because he will suffer more minor inconveniences, as will we all. And lastly, the court has to consider the gravity of the offense. Ms. Raymond talked a good deal about that. Part of that is considering the people he hurt. Not only is his...
Every time you think he's completely, faultlessly made his entire point, he goes on to the next chapter.
His parents, who by all accounts were loving and caring, but the community, their character as people. Gravity of the offense is sometimes called retribution in some systems, and I'll note that retribution is an appropriate thing to consider in law.
I mean, Ezra McCandless got the opportunity for parole after 50 years, I think, at the point of her sentencing. I think she was born the same year as Chandler, 98. Is that right? So she was 20 when she got sentenced. And she got opportunity for parole in 50 years, which is like, great. You know, you'll be 70 years old and completely, utterly institutionalized. Do you think you can really readjust into a community that has evolved 50 years? Imagine what the world was like 50 years ago. And you've done nothing but live in the concrete shitbox all that time, and then you come out today with smartphones and Twitter and YouTubers everywhere. You know, you'd probably just want to go back inside. What's it going to be like in 50 years from now? I don't know.
Times it's part of the gravity of the offense. But here there is no more grave offense. The crime of first-degree intentional homicide is as serious as it gets. Committing it twice is even more serious. And committing it against the people who you're supposed to love the most is beyond comprehension for many in our community. There's an interesting quote as I prepared for today. I was looking at some cases, just trying to look into the mindset of other judges as they've considered these these factors and the concept of punishment in the law, Justice Stewart, a while back in Furman versus Georgia, wrote, "The instinct for retribution is part of the nature of man, and channeling that instinct in the administration of criminal justice serves an important purpose in promoting the stability of a society governed by law." There was another case in the late 40s. This is Williams versus New York. Retribution is no longer the dominant objective of criminal law, but it is neither forbidden nor one inconsistent with our respect for the dignity of man. When we talk about the gravity of the offense, it's a consideration. The court gets to decide what that means. But you should consider that in my mind, in my experience as a prosecutor in this county, as a citizen of this state, I've never heard of a crime more serious. I've never heard of a crime more brutal. Mr. Halderson's mere presence in our community, the fact that he did any of this, has ripped apart the fabric of our community. The idea that someone can live amongst us with no warning signs and commit such heinous acts should scare everybody, and it sure as hell scared everybody here. No one who's interacted with Mr. Halderson will ever be the same. For whatever reason he decided to do it, whatever justification he can come up with in his own mind, whether it be today or down the road in many years, nothing will ever explain it. His actions in July of this year were evil. And for this generation and at this time, Mr. Halderson is the personification of evil in our community. He can work the rest of his life at trying to earn back the respect and trust and love of maybe some of his family, and I hope he does that. But that's a different thing than what's going on here today. Our question is whether Mr. Halderson should ever be released from prison, and if so, when should he have that opportunity to ask? It's my position that he should never be released from prison.
Ooh.
That the mere possibility of his return to our community would shock the conscience of almost every citizen of this community. It would depreciate the seriousness of what he's done. It would cause extreme angst, animosity, probably for many, to even feel that that's a possibility. We don't have a more serious punishment, but sometimes it's appropriate. And in this case, it's the state's position, it is my position, it is my recommendation.
Man, I think Attorney Vera's over there really wishing she had that third grilled cheese for breakfast. Listening to this.
That Mr. Halderson spend the remainder of his life in prison, that he not be eligible for parole at any point. Again, there is no more serious crime. Mr. Halderson has to come to terms with what he's done, and I hope he does someday. But that doesn't mean he should ever be released, and I ask that you not let him be released. Thank you.
Bulletproof, Attorney Brown. Brown bulletproof. Brown the bull. The bulletproof bull of justice.
Attorney Vera, were any statements being made beyond counsel's regarding the sentencing here on Mr. Halderson's behalf?
No, Your Honor.
Then would you be speaking on this regard?
I will, yes.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Earlier this week, Attorney Doral did file a sentencing memorandum, which we know Your Honor has read and considered. We stand by that submission, and we just have a couple more additions to add right now. We've talked about family and the seriousness of this case and the public. And sentencing is a very intimate matter, especially in a case like this where it is a family situation. I bring that up because at the end of the day, regardless of what happens today in this courtroom, no one is going to be happy. No one is going to run out of this courtroom feeling like justice is served. No one is going to run out of this courtroom feeling good. This family is going to always have this situation, is going to be touched by this situation, and Chandler himself is always going to be touched by this moment, which makes it a very intimate matter.
I think he's going to be touched in a lot of moments in prison.
But it also has become a very public affair. Regardless of what you do today, the outside world, the community, the public, however you want to address it, is going to be not happy. There are going to be people that, if you decide to sentence Chandler to life without parole, they're still going to be mad. They're going to ask for Wisconsin to bring the death penalty back and to apply it retroactively to him. And if you sentence him without or with parole, there are people that are going to be mad because it's too lenient.
She fucking does this all the time, doesn't she? She loves to assume what people are going to do. Who likes that? Who hands up, who likes to be told what they're going to react like? Oh, well, if you sentence him to life without parole, they're still going to be mad because they're crazy. They're going to want to bring back the death penalty. And they're going to say it's not enough. So let's go even more lenient than that. I mean, it's nonsensical. And her core tactic seems to be this very unlikable trait of dictating to others how they will feel and interpret. And last time I checked, nobody on the face of planet Earth likes that. Let's just hear that again. Can't believe she's done it again.
Of what you do today, the outside world, the community, the public, however you want to address it, is going to be not happy. There are going to be people that, if you decide to sentence Chandler to life without parole, they're still going to be mad. They're going to ask for Wisconsin to bring the death penalty back and to apply it retroactively.
I think most people, even if they say that kind of thing, understand that statewide legislation is not going to adjust its, what would be the word? I think most people are reasonable enough to understand that calling for the death penalty to be brought back is probably not going to happen. And even if it were to happen, it would be a lengthy process, and democratic. It would probably be, require a vote and all sorts of stuff like that. I think most people get that, Attorney Vera. But again, she's calling them stupid and hotheads and just amazing. She does this all the time. Her whole closing was doing this to the jury, directly to their faces, questioning their integrity, saying they wouldn't be capable of being unbiased or impartial or fucking able to understand the salient facts. To their faces. Someone needs to pull her aside and say, that thing that you do where you assume things about others? Knock it off, because that's a terrible, terrible interpersonal skill. It's not a skill.
Actively to him. And if you sentence him without or with parole, there are people that are going to be mad because it's too lenient. I bring this up because, again, it's what happens here today is not a win-win or a lose-lose situation. It is what it is, and it's difficult. What I do want to focus on today is just what we're asking for, which we are asking for the possibility of parole. And I want to stress that it is a possibility. It is not a guarantee. It is not something that is going to happen, even if Your Honor says today that there's a possibility that it could happen. According to the statute, 302.114 of the Wisconsin statutes, it's a process. If Your Honor finds him eligible for parole today, he would have to go through this process that can start no earlier than 90 days before the eligibility date. It's a process that would require a petition to the court. It would perhaps be Your Honor or someone else, but it would be a court petition. It would be something submitted to the district attorney's office as well. They are allowed to give their 2 cents on whether it should be granted or it should not be granted. Your Honor is allowed to make the decision on its face if it's going to grant parole or not. There is the opportunity for victims and those impacted by this case to give their 2 cents as well. There's an opportunity for a hearing where at that point, Mr. Halderson would have to show that he is worthy of parole. Not only that, but it's not a situation where he can continue to apply and apply. Your Honor, whoever the court is at that time, would have the opportunity to say, you're not allowed to apply anymore. I'm going to give you 1 more chance. I'm going to give you 2 more chances. It's not something that he would have to continue to ask for year after this eligibility date, should Your Honor grant it. So it's not a process that is a guarantee. It is simply a process that we are asking that you allow for the possibility of that process happening. And I cannot stress that enough. I cannot stress enough how all we are asking for today is for the possibility of this man to show you that he is redeemable. Attorney Brown brought up points about rehabilitation and how in everything that we've seen, and yes, there was a lot of evidence and a lot of discovery in this case. There may not be something to point out right away that is quote unquote a rehabilitative process. There isn't any kind of substance abuse issue, none of that. But to be perfectly fair, and whether you want to call him a kid, a young man, a young adult, Chandler is young. He just turned 24. There are a lot of growing up. There's a lot of adulting that he's going to miss out on, that he's going to have to do in the institution.
Yeah, a different kind of adulting.
Ultimately is going to affect who he becomes in the future. Most of us get the opportunity to do that around our family, with our community, whatever it is. And he's going to have to do that in custody. But
he's going to have to do a lot in custody. I mean, put it this way. When he does get out, he's going to be able to suck a golf ball through a garden hose.
I bring that up because there's certain things about my own childhood, about my own life, that I didn't really understand until I was later in my late 20s. That affected how I was as a person in my early 20s. So it's easy to come up now and say that there's no rehabilitation that's needed here, but we just don't know that. So ultimately, it boils down to what Your Honor believes is inappropriate.
What is she hoping here for? The judge is going to say, okay, so how about for punishment, no video games for a month, and then you can go free.
Fair and just option, given everything, given all the galleon factors that the state has mentioned and that we have mentioned in our sentencing memorandum. And it's a delicate balance. If Your Honor believes that sentencing is purely punitive, purely an issue of punishment, then the only option is life without parole. But if Your Honor believes that it is a delicate combination.
Well, it's protecting the public, I think, is the more heavily weighted concern, certainly by Attorney Brown's statements. His whole speech was geared towards, there are many inconveniences in life, and we've all had to walk through that hard conversation and take your lumps and move on and whatever. But how can we trust someone that does this over a minor inconvenience? How will the public ever be safe? I think it's not punitive or rehabilitation, it's protection of the public. And reflecting the seriousness of the crimes and not making a mockery of justice. Oh, you can get out in 20 years when he's like 43 years old. Man, that'd leave a lot of time for Tarkov.
Of punishment and rehabilitation, redemption, if you will, then there's only one option, and that is the option of life with parole. As far as when that eligibility comes to play, we leave that up to Your Honor. You know the case, you've been here with the trial. That date we leave up to you. But we are asking that you do provide Chandler with the opportunity to show to Your Honor that he is redeemable in the future. And that's all we're asking for today, life with parole. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that in your memorandum, there was an indication once again that Mr. Halderson would not exercise his right to elocute at this hearing. Obviously, just as with trial, it comes up to a decision at the very last minute. I just want to ensure at this moment whether or not Mr. Halderson wishes to make a statement.
And thank you for doing that. That has changed. Mr. Halderson would like to give a statement to Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, what's it going to be? An apology, an acknowledgement, a
Move your mask if you wish. I believe the condition.
the last thing he's ever going to say in an important record statement of fact.
In the jail are and very good as far as the pandemic. So if you want to speak without your mask and Attorney Dorrell's comfortable with that, you could.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I would only ask that you read slowly, simply because my court reporter has to take down what you're saying, and sometimes we read faster than we mean to.
Your Honor, I want to take this opportunity to state my intent to appeal my convictions. If there are any lawyers listening and willing to take on my appeal, take a moment to please reach out to me. It's not that I do not have feelings. It's that I was warned to not show them due to the scrutiny of this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? Due to the scrutiny of this case. I mean, all cases are scrutinized. Isn't that very much the point? You know? To examine and carefully observe the facts, and have a jury of 12 of your peers need to, say what they think. It's not that I don't have feelings. Well, I'm convinced.
The court always tends to make a number of observations at sentencing.
Your Honor, I'd like to state my intent to appeal my convictions. If any lawyers are listening and ready to take on my case, please take a moment to reach out to me. My address is Dodge Correctional.
Sentencing hearings that are contested and which carry a good deal of weight, and I'm not going to depart from that process today. I first think it's important to acknowledge that the trial and the process within this case that brings us here today was the united effort of a number of people. And first and foremost, I want to recognize again the jurors, but not just those 12 people that rendered the verdicts here, but those alternates, those people that responded to the summons, especially given the time of year that this occurred, and the concerns that were rife regarding individual health. We, as by necessity, inconvenienced a number of citizens, and in the end, when I spoke to them, they had no regrets about their service. And that is because They understood that under our system, that is vital. And they understood that they had a duty to perform once selected. So I thank them once again. I want to thank the bailiff staff who, throughout those weeks of trial, worked incredibly well in assisting the parties, the court, the witnesses, and the media. I want to thank the prosecution because I thought that the case that they presented was done efficiently, economically, but most importantly, with due deference to the nature of the evidence and the need to present that evidence in a manner which honored the people who were lost. We had a number of lay witnesses that came to court to testify. I assume that they all would rather have been somewhere else, but they all came willingly and testified here, and I appreciated their participation and the time that it took for them, again, under the circumstances, both as far as health and the nature of the proceedings and their testimony. Counsel mentioned that this crime caused a rip in our community. If there's one thing that's a positive coming out of this, I think that it is a demonstration to our community of the pride we should feel in our law enforcement, the pride we should feel in how they investigated this case and how they presented the evidence in this case. It was, well, I honestly think it put Dane County on the map through both the Justice Department efforts and the efforts of our local Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement agencies involved. It was quite incredible. I also want to finally say something about the fact that at every trial, just about, I hear defense attorneys speaking to jurors in voir dire about the fact that the defendant has a right to a trial. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify. Sometimes the counsel will go to the extent of saying, we don't have to do anything. It's the state's burden. It's the state's responsibility to carry the case forward, to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you should find the defendant not guilty if you believe they failed in that. Attorneys Dorrell and Vera carried out their constitutional duty in this case efficiently. And I don't want to say too much more because of mention already.
Efficiently, as in they didn't take up much time. I mean, they didn't do anything. Attorney Brown was just saying what a good job they did. I mean, what did they do? They did a 12-minute opening, an incredibly offensive, bordering on inappropriate jury attack of a closing argument. No objections, no cross-examinations, no witnesses. So I guess they were very efficient in the sense that they didn't waste any more time of the court than necessary.
About questions about the review of what they did in representing Mr. Halderson. But I wouldn't be remiss if I did not say that their actions, and I agree with Mr. Brown in this respect, that their actions at trial advanced Mr. Halderson's constitutional right to require the state to prove its case, and did so in a professional and efficient manner such that I find that they served their role in this process admirably. I'm very passionate about our system. And so let me move on to the points in this proceeding.
He's very passionate about the system, and Attorney Vera feels the same way about melted cheese.
At which I need to be dispassionate. And I need to be dispassionate because as the person sitting in judgment, I have to try and achieve a proper analysis of the sentencing goals based upon the information and evidence put forward and what the legislature has determined to be the appropriate sentences, at least as far as maximums, mandatory minimums, if any, and here, obviously, as addressed by everyone, the determination of whether there should be any eligibility for parole in the future. Technically extended supervision, but it's easier just to say parole. I've had the benefit of observing everything at the trial, whether it occurred before the jury or not. I've had the benefit of reviewing all the pre-trial submissions by the parties. I've had the benefit of the pre-sentence investigation and the materials submitted by victims, orally by the state in writing, by the defense, and orally here today. And Mr. Halderson has exercised his constitutional right as well. I don't know the victims. I did not know the victims. I know people like them, I'm privileged to say, and I know and can understand the empty space that this crime has left. I can empathize. I can only partially understand the feelings because I haven't lost people in my family through such a manner, or had a violation by a member of the family causing such loss. But everyone in this room has a mother and a father. Everyone has siblings, if they're fortunate, and everyone can understand the loss that the Halderson family, extended as it is, and their friends, and this community feel for their loss. It is tragic. It is tragic. It is something which will take decades for some to heal. I hope not that long, but healing may never come for some. One does not know. And I hope that no one is coming here for that healing. This procedure provides closure only of this legal part of the matter. What people can do in their own lives to address their loss is what they must do themselves and amongst others. But I do want you to know that this court honors your loss, honors the people who died, and approaches this sentencing here, weighing that gravity of that offense as one of those things which...
Gravity is a good word. And, you know, we were saying earlier how, well, it was Attorney Raymond that was saying that on all of the jail calls, there's zero sign of Chandler mourning, contrition, guilt, shame, whatever, all of those things. But I'm surprised that there's not just from the huge effect that he's had on so many people, that he's not like, whoa, my actions caused all that, even if he doesn't feel empathy about it. I mean, just as the sheer mass of the consequences of his actions, I mean, it's astounding. Everybody in Oak Springs Circle is going to be freaked out forever. The people that smelt the burning, the people that he knocked the doors off. Do you have any video cameras? What did they show? Yeah, it looks like it has a little bit of night vision. Oh. You know, and those are and then the cops that had to go out and find the legs, and you know, there were dive teams in the Wisconsin River, and it's enormous amount of ripples, Chandler, and you're the one little pebble.
Must be weighed in determining whether or not Mr. Halderson should ever be eligible for parole, as the life sentences I must impose are predetermined by the legislature. It is true that rehabilitation is a factor that must be considered, and Attorney Brown's point is well noted, that I'm not certain that anyone has identified rehabilitative needs, but those may arise over time, depending upon an individual's receptiveness and willingness to participate in self-examination or diagnosis or other steps which our criminal justice system utilizes to try and determine how to fix something, whether it's a substance abuse issue or an anger issue or something that is only amenable to treatment by medication or intensive therapy. Some people, I believe, can't be fixed. I have no basis to know whether Mr. Halderson fits into any of those categories, other than I think it's fairly clear here that nothing was identified in his 23, 24 years of life up to this point, except for his actions in July. And to an extent, his actions over the year plus leading up to that, where he was deceiving his family and his friends. The gravity of the offense is as serious as it could be, and I must not overlook, of course, the steps taken to hide the crime. The steps taken which, if one ponders it, certainly makes the crime even worse. If you could say that the murder of your parents is something that could be made worse. I've tried, even though I've had to examine carefully the evidence, not to think about it. I've tried not to think about how or what steps were taken or how these things even took place. I don't wish to engage in that speculation at sentencing, but I recognize that the jury found Mr. Halderson guilty of mutilating both bodies, hiding both bodies, and presenting a story to law enforcement to try and lead them on a completely different path than what had actually occurred. And that he took steps in those actions which really robbed those people of dignity.
Yeah, I'll say.
But fortunately, their dignity.
What steps were those? Well, I was gonna say a step further that he could have taken, but I think that might be pushing a line a little too far. We'll leave it out. That'll be in our director's cut.
He is in whole here in these people that remember them, these people that are here today because of them. I appreciated learning more about them, and my condolences go to every member of their family. There's no foregone conclusions in sentencing. I've learned that since my time on the bench. I've learned that each case is different. Each case demands an individual examination, and sometimes
with the bow tie, I can't help but think of the judge as a character from Wind in the Willows. Ratty.
confess I sit down not knowing what I'm going to do or not even certain which direction I'm leading. So I appreciate all of the statements made by counsel here and in writing, recognizing that the determination doesn't come until this point and nothing is foregone as far as a conclusion.
Oh, not you, Michelle. No, I was talking about myself in the comment that I didn't make, which I don't dare make.
This is the third individual for which I've had to make this determination. And similar to ADA Raymond's comments, I've had to sentence a host of other people up to this crime, where you can observe a lot in the background of the individual that you end up wishing hadn't been the case, because they might not have come to the point if they had had a better foundation. It is to Barton Krista's credit the foundation Mr. Halderson enjoyed. And it does not explain what happened here. And as everyone has discussed, there may be the ability to have rehabilitation throughout some course of time. And that's why the defense requests that that be kept in mind as to the determination of eligibility for parole. But in all honesty, I must say that as a wiser judge indicated to me once, you should sentence people not because of your anger, if indeed you're fearful of them, and not utilize the same standards for both. I cannot conceive of a way to fulfill my duty to protect the public that I serve were I to perceive that at some point in time, an individual who committed these crimes should be released back into that public. I cannot grant to Mr. Halderson the generosity of spirit and empathy that his grandmother has for him. Empathy which his own parents would surely have had, where he just owned up to what he had deceived them about. I cannot say to the community here in this room or at large in this county that Mr. Halderson should have the ability to be reviewed and considered for release back into our community at any point, despite his young age at this point in his life. The gravity of these offenses and the need to protect the public outweigh the potential that there could be that at some future point he should have presence among us. Now, that is not to say that he may not have the possibility of presence as a member of his family in the future. That is up to those folks and he, and that's mentioned in the defense memorandum regarding a hope that someday there might be a reconstruction of a relationship. That's all well and good. I would wish that for anyone, because I don't like telling his grandmother that I'm not able to give her the relief that she's asking for here out of her love for her grandson. I cannot do that. I have to, for this sentence, ensure that the only time Mr. Halderson comes back into the community is to have the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents. And
the only time you're getting out of jail, sir, is in a box. What did he say? The only time that Mr. Halderson will be allowed back into the community is when he is afforded the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents. That is poetry.
And so on counts 1 and 5, per statute, I sentence him to life in prison.
Gotta hear that again. That was classic. Was that off the top of his head, or was he preparing that on the weekend?
As a member of his family in the future. That is up to those folks and he, and that's mentioned in the defense memorandum regarding a hope that someday there might be a reconstruction of a relationship. That's all well and good. I would wish that for anyone, because I don't like telling his grandmother that I'm not able to give her the relief that she's asking for here out of her love for her grandson. I cannot do that. I have to, for this sentence, ensure that the only time Mr. Halderson comes back into the community is to have the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents.
Wow.
And so on counts 1 and 5, per statute, I sentence him to life in prison, and pursuant to section 973.014, sub 1G3, I find that he is not to be eligible for extended supervision during that course. The sentences on the other counts, given 2 life sentences, become rather superfluous, to say the least, but at the same time, I absolutely acknowledge that we may be in a completely different position here had he committed the acts of homicide but then stopped and took other steps to accept responsibility and sought forgiveness of everyone. Because what happens with a weapon in a moment of panic is different than what happened over those 48 to 72 hours. The events of which I don't wish to think of or consider once again, having listened to the evidence and observed the testimony and the physical evidence. So to make this quite simple, I will impose maximum terms concurrent to each other and concurrent to counts 1 and 5 on each of the other counts within the information of which the verdict convicted Mr. Halderson. I do believe that by imposing the maximum, I'm recognizing the severity of those individual acts, but there is a life sentence here, so making them consecutive does not undermine the gravity of that, given the maximum penalty involved. I determined, by my calculation, 253 days of credit that the judgment of conviction would reflect from July 8th, 2021 until yesterday's date. And I will waive the court cost assessments and surcharges on each count based upon indigence, the balance on each of the victim witness fee to be payable during the course of his confinement. Is there any restitution being sought?
No, Your Honor.
Then I will enter no order for, or an order for zero restitution at this time. I don't have to address conditions of extended supervision, except to the point that there's an extended supervision component of the sentences on the other counts. So I would adopt the recommendations of the department on page 24 of the pre-sentence as to those. Although I recognize that extended supervision is denied under this sentence, so that point is moot. Attorney Brown or Raymond, did I overlook?
His whole life is moot now. Just wiped out, man.
Anything in passing judgment?
No.
Attorney Vera or Doral, did I overlook anything other than addressing post-conviction?
No.
Mr. Halderson, you have the absolute right to seek an appeal. You have 20 days within which to start that process. That's through filing a notice of intent. I believe that we have on file the notice that you understand and have been given notice of that right, and most importantly, of that deadline. Your signature's on that document. That'll be placed within the file here. I thank everyone for being here today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy your Dominoes and not the pizza. Yeah. Enjoy Jim Rummy. Let's go to Agent Smith. Why don't we do Agent Smith? There's still a couple of witnesses I'd like to do. Agent Smith is a must. And I kind of like doing the trial all back
kind
to
of in the
front.
center right, and then appears to be two
Hey.
iPhones.
Higgledy-piggledy. Oh, by the way, guys, if you would like to support the channel, that would be great. That would be great, because we do depend on all of you. Yeah, head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix to support the channel and help us help you.
Or sought any information about the case? I see no hands. Thanks very much. We're going to continue with the state's case. If you would call your witness,
The
please.
state calls Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith, do you believe you could testify safely and responsibly without wearing a mask? That would be our preference if you can.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and remove your mask then. And next I'll ask you to please stand.
Okay, he's dressed head to toe in army surplus. That's our first clue.
So that the oath can be administered.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear for the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can pull the microphone back up nice and close. Perfect.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and then spell it out so everyone who's taking notes just knows how it's spelled?
Andrew Smith,
How do you spell it?
Alpha, November, Delta, Romeo, Echo, Whiskey.
Okay, and your last name, Smith, common spelling?
Sierra, Mike, India, Tango, Hotel.
And how old are you, sir?
22, sir.
And what area of the country do you live in?
Kansas, sir.
Do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
How did you...
Is that the competency test for entering the military these days? You have to spell out your name using the phonetic alphabet. I mean, he didn't even need to do that, certainly with his second name. Last name Smith, common spelling? It is the common spelling. He could have just said yes, but he chose to tell us Sierra, Mike, India, Tango, Hotel. Oh, Agent Smith.
meet Chandler Halderson?
Playing video games while stationed in Germany, sir.
Do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Before
What's going to
you
happen
ask-
here is the judge is going to give some instructions, and then I'm going to ask you where he is. So wait 1 second.
I would ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their masks for just a short moment so that all faces are observed by the witness. You can replace your masks. Thank you.
Did you see Mr. Halderson here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, Michelle, this is the guy that gave Chandler Halderson an SKS rifle, which, as far as I understand, would cost somewhere between, in the region of $1,200 to $1,500, as well as 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition, as a gift, which seems strange for a 20, I guess he would have been 21 at the time. Why would you gift someone someone that you barely know? All right, you played video games every day for a year, and you bonded through that, but you've met him once, and you show up and give him something that's close to $2,000 in value? For what? For what? You know?
Where he's sitting and kind of what he's wearing.
Over on the right, sir, in a suit, sir.
And what I want to listen out for here is any pieces of information that indicate that Bart and Krista, or anyone else apart from Smith, Agent Smith, and Kat, knew about the gun. Because if it was, as I suspect, a very limited knowledge pool about Chandler's ownership of the murder weapon, I think that would have been something to bolster Chandler's confidence, you know, in not getting caught. The cops check the guns that are in the house, that are safely locked away in a safe, haven't been fired, no missing rounds. They don't know of any other weapon. It's not on record. That's another thing I want to hear is is did he register the firearm with the whatever it is, the federal firearms license, whatever paperwork.
That's the, and,
Is he at a table?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
oh, that's the record reflect identification.
It will reflect identification.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, that time period in which you met Mr. Halderson. You said you were stationed over in Germany.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
Army, sir.
Yeah, Allison. I mean, the guy has 500 guns. I mean, you know, that's his whole thing. But even so, I mean, I'm guessing he's not earning a lot of money, right? He's just had a baby, or in the last year or two. You would think that you would have thought that he might be able to sell that gun and use the money, you know. But he chose to give it to someone he really doesn't know, you know. He knows online, virtually.
And where in Germany were you stationed?
Ansbach, sir.
And whereabout is that?
Middle of BFE, sir.
And how did you meet someone who lived here in Wisconsin while you were in Germany?
Playing video games on Arma 3 server, sir.
And what type of video games were you playing?
Mostly FPS, sir.
What type of game is that?
So, a go around, complete objectives, and capture certain scenarios, sir.
Okay. Is it a shooting game?
Yes, sir.
And some people on the jury maybe play video games, other people don't. If you had to explain to someone how you end up meeting someone playing a video game, could you describe how that happens?
So you'll connect to a server, and then you can type in voice channels or type in voice channels. You can type in text channels, meet people. You can die by other players and interact through them like that by just typing them, or if you guys get in a voice altercation at safe zones where some players can't necessarily hurt each other.
Okay. And so how about did you end up meeting Chandler? Was he just in one of these games and you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to him a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship?
Yes, sir.
About what time was this? What year was this?
I want to say it was 2019 or 2018. It was shortly after my son was born, sir.
And how often, if you just had to give us a general overview, how often would you play video games with Chandler online?
Almost every day, sir.
Okay. And would you be talking and communicating during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you start to learn a lot about Chandler, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea of, at the time, kind of what he was doing in life, school, work, anything like that?
As far as I knew, he was going to college in one of the towns somewhere in Wisconsin and doing all that.
Okay.
So he's also portraying his fake life lies to this guy who's nobody part of his life. He probably would have had no concept or thought of ever meeting him. You know, the story goes, Agent Smith returned from service, was either quit or discharged or whatever, and returned to Kansas, and then phoned Chandler up and came up on a weekend, driving 10 hours to Wisconsin. That's another boatload of cash that you're not going to have to spend on your, own life. What am I going to do this weekend? Well, how about a 2,000-mile round trip?
At some point, you end up coming back to the United States.
Yes, sir.
Military service was over?
Something like that, sir.
Okay. At any point while you were
Something like that. I want to know what happened. Did he get fired from the military for crashing that Humvee?
in the military toward the end of your service, did you suffer an injury yourself?
Yes, sir. I was in Germany, and I was coming off the 50 cal range, and a German totaled our Humvee, and I got in a Humvee wreck. So I slammed my forehead on a hard side wall of the vehicle, unfortunately. So,
You had a head injury.
essentially, sir.
Okay.
Well, that adds up.
Were you talking to Mr. Halderson around this time?
After I had my head injury, I started saying "sir" at the end of every sentence. I guess they bonded over the head injury. Chandler was like, yeah, I have a symptom of nerve damage. And Agent Smith's like, I can't stop saying sir after the end of every sentence.
In between that head injury and when you came back to the United
Yes, sir.
States? When you came back to the United States, what state did you move to or live in?
Kansas, sir.
Is that your home?
For now.
Yeah, speaking of Kansas, we still need to get, we got Tennessee, we got Nevada, Tennessee, and Montana, all in one day. All in one day. But now we need more. We need Kentucky. We need Iowa. We need Wyoming. Idaho. If you're in a gray state, let us know in the comments. Either now or later on.
Okay. Had you ever spent much time in Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
After you moved back to Wisconsin or to the United States, did your frequency of playing video games with Mr. Halderson, did it increase, decrease, stay the same?
Increase, sir. I was in the
Yeah,
same.
yeah. While I was stationed in Germany, we played video games all day, every day. And when I got back, we were in the same time zone, so, you know, it increased. Definitely went up. It went up to infinity constant. It went from all day, every day to infinity constant.
Time zone.
Okay. And would you continue to play the same types of games?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any specific weapons that Mr. Halderson liked when he was playing these games?
It really depended on what we were playing. On Tarkov, or Escape from Tarkov was what the game was called. It would range from realistically to whatever we could find inside the video game, because not everything was necessarily easily to collect, but the SKS was certainly a weapon that was fun to use in Tarkov and was something that I had grown interest in as well.
And around this time, after you came back to the United States, did you learn anything more about where Mr. Halderson was in life? Had jobs changed, school changed, or was things the same for him?
Essentially, what I understood was he was still going to college, and he at some point had gone back to Windsor, or I think it's called Windsor, and had started working for some company installing solar panels or working on contracts for solar panels.
Okay. At any point in your discussions with Mr. Halderson, did he get another job, or was that the last job you knew him having?
As far as I know, that was it, sir.
So the SpaceX situation hadn't got to Agent Smith. We were discussing earlier, as Attorney Vera brought up in her closing argument, that there's no recorded proof of Chandler telling his mom and dad about SpaceX. And I know that Mitch didn't say anything about that. But I am kind of surprised that he wasn't asked. Even if they knew that the answer would be affirmative. One way or the other, he should have been asked on the stand whether he knew about Chandler's fake job at SpaceX. But, you know, thinking back over the written correspondence, over the emails, over communications between Bart and Krista themselves, I don't know if the Helgendorfs didn't say anything either, you know. It does, you know, if we just look at what we've been shown as recorded evidence, it does seem, at least going off my memory, that the only people that were told about SpaceX were Kat and her mother and Cress. I'm not saying I believe that that he didn't tell the parents that, but it's just on the recorded evidence that would be the indication.
At some point, you decided to come visit Chandler.
Yes, sir.
Whenabouts was that?
Sometime during, I think it was June,
Oh,
sir.
Missouri. Welcome back, Missouri. Great. We'll fill you in.
of this past year?
Yes.
In generally, just how did that come about? Did he ask you to come up? Did you decide to come up?
So it was one of those last minute decisions I was able to make, sir. So my wife had ended up going to visit family in Ohio, and she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I went and looked at how many points I had. I was able to take off work, and I went and called off work that day so I could come up and have a weekend with driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
It's a long drive up here.
No shit. Yes, sir.
It's okay. So everyone slips up.
Does everyone slip up? Was that a genuine accident? Or did he have like some sort of bet with someone back in Kansas? I'm going to swear on the stand. Is he that absent-minded? What do you think? Was that on purpose, or was that a genuine slip of the tongue? I'm not sure. Let's go back. It's a very quick self-correction he makes.
Decisions I was able to make, sir. So my wife had ended up going to visit family in Ohio, and she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I went and looked at how many points I had. I was able to take off work, and I went and called off work that day so I could come up and have a weekend with driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
It's a long drive up here.
No shit. Yes, sir.
It's okay. Everyone slips up. I'm showing you what's been marked.
Strange. I mean, to me, that seemed fake. And Michelle agrees. Allison agrees. Okay. What were the poll results, Metrix? Shit, what was the poll? The poll was, did the parents know about SpaceX? I don't even know if I stopped the poll. In the beginning, it was pretty even. I remember that.
In this case, as exhibit
I
number.
just want to see that one more time because it's strange that he faked that. He either like wants to get a laugh from the jury, or it's a bet with someone back in Kansas.
Driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
It's a long drive up here.
No shit. Yes, sir.
It's okay. So everyone slips up. I'm showing you what's been marked. In this case, as exhibit number 392. Is that you and Chandler up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'll just move 392 into evidence. I'll just show it to the jury if that's okay, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's received, you may publish.
Where'd you stay when you were up here with Mr. Halderson?
In their family home in the basement, sir.
Did you meet his parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were up here, what kind of things did you do for fun? Where'd you go?
So we went swimming at some river at some point, and then we went and drove around to the different department stores, and we're looking at weapons and all that. So we went to Cabela's. We went to, I want to say it was Bass Pro, but that doesn't sound right. I know we went to Gander Mountain, and then we went to like one or two other places, but I can't remember what they were.
Okay. Showing you a photograph labeled exhibit number 563.
Jesus.
Did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
The river, sir.
That you went swimming?
Yes, sir.
And who took you there?
Chandler and his girlfriend at the time.
I'll move 563 in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I asked the publisher on the Elmo. Actually, it's not set up right now. I'm just going to show everybody. Was that a river or a lake you were swimming at?
River, sir.
And was there a city across the street or across the river from there?
Yes, sir, and there was a bridge on the right.
Having never been to Wisconsin before, you don't know exactly what river that was or where you were?
I'm just here, sir.
Okay. How long did you stay up here with Chandler and the family when you came to visit?
So I got up there on Saturday morning, right around 5 a.m., I think, and then I stayed there until Sunday evening around 1700, and then went and departed and was able to arrive back home on Monday around 2 or 4 in the morning, somewhere between, sir.
Okay. When you visited Wisconsin to see Chandler, you brought him a gift.
Yes, sir.
What did you bring him?
I brought him a 20-inch barrel SKS.
How did you acquire this gun?
So I had purchased it on a gun broker, and I went and had it sent to my FL, and then I went and sat in the FL until I went and did the FL transfer. So I purchased it initially because I really thought, like, oh, well, I like it in the video game, I might like it in real life, and then I fired it, it sat in my safe, and then I never touched it again. And then it just dawned on me, like, well, I'm going to give it to someone who might actually appreciate this weapon and take care of it and all that. So I ended up giving it to Chandler as a gift.
Okay. So while you like guns, you didn't particularly love this gun?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 391. You know what that document is?
Yes, sir. It's a FL transfer paperwork, sir.
And you've been saying the phrase FFL, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's a federal firearms license holder.
Meaning someone who's licensed to sell firearms and fills out paperwork.
And does the correct background checks and such.
Got it. I'll move 391 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
This document has your signature on it and the person who sold it, their signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has the serial number of the weapon that you purchased.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Now, when you gave the gun to Chandler, did he pay you for it?
No, sir.
It was a gift.
Yes, sir.
Did you document in any way transferring that gun to him?
Yes, sir.
How did you choose? Did you fill out paperwork like this?
I took his photo ID that the state issued him, and I took it right next to the serial number, annotating that this was me giving this weapon to this individual, so that way, if anything like this would occur, that it wouldn't necessarily come back to me.
Okay. It was important to you to document that.
Most times it is, yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 393, 394, and then maybe a more zoomed in version, which is 564. Do those all appear to be just general versions of what you did there?
Yes, sir.
And so these are Chandler's driver's license and the serial number of that weapon.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll move 393, 394, and 564 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. And I'll publish them to the jury just by showing it, if that's fine with everyone. Oh. So I'm showing first this one. This is Chandler's ID, and then you put it up next to that serial number.
Yes, sir.
Another version, zoomed in, same thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the actual...
Would you rather be locked up in a room with Chandler or Smitty? Well, that's just got to be a poll right there, hasn't it? I'm guessing people are going to err on the side of Smitty, Agent Smith. We can just spell things out in the phonetic alphabet together and pass the time. He can tell us about all of his accidents. How do we do a poll? We go to video, and then we go to poll. Start a poll. You would rather be locked in a room with ... Chazzle Dazzle. And that's part of the condition. While you're locked in the room with him, you have to refer to him as Chazzle Dazzle. Or Agent Smith. Should we put Dulce Melander on there for a laugh?
serial number zoomed in a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the serial number for us of this gun from the zoomed in picture?
Yes, sir. 1017948 Papa.
Okay, weirdo. It is not Papa. Number one, you don't have to read numbers like that when you're not in the field radioing your command post to send reinforcements, reading out a geolocation. And second of all, it is not Papa, okay? It's Papa. Everybody knows that, Smith.
So 1017948
Pete.
Paul. Okay. Had Chandler asked you for this gun, or was this just your idea?
I think he had at one point asked for it as a joke, but mostly it was my idea, sir.
Okay. You brought him other.
Jury does have a point. Wow, Agent Smith and Chazzle Dazzle are neck and neck. But obviously, I guess Dulce would win because she'd be in there baking enchiladas and offering everyone tamales and, she'd be good as gold. So let's redo the poll without the the generous Mexican. Start a poll. Chazzle Dazzle or Agent Smith only. Good call, Jerry.
Things that go with the gun?
Yes, sir.
What type of things?
So I had brought him a steel canister that had contained roughly 480 rounds of 7.62 by 39 steel case tool ammo.
And is that the
All right, any gun nuts out there? What would just the ammunition cost? 400 rounds, and I've seen the bullets. They're the really long ones, the pointy ones.
ammunition that goes with that weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked, Exhibit 395, 396, 397. Do those appear to be that canister of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And are you fairly confident that's the one you brought?
Well, I mean, I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo can, so yes.
You put those stencils on there.
I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo cans. Should that be merch? I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo cans. I'm willing to bet that's not true, especially in Kansas and Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'd move 397, 395, and 396 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'll move to publish to 396. And so, showing the jury this picture, when you say you stenciled this ammo can, what do you mean by that?
So I've got plenty of different kinds of rounds in my home, so I'll go and have different cans for them, and I take a spray can, I'll buy the stencils so I can make sure I know what I'm grabbing if I need something before I go to the range, so I'm not running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to figure out what can goes to what.
So this yellow paint that says 762 by 39, that's you that stenciled that on there?
Yes, sir.
And briefly, just showing you exhibit number 398, 399, 400, 401. Do all of those appear to be the ammunition that was inside of that can?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll move 398 through 401,
No objection.
They are received.
and I'd move to publish. I'll publish just for purposes of just showing the jury something, 398 and 400.
Very good.
And these are just those ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a lot of ammunition.
A bit.
How did Chandler react when you gave him the gun?
Oh, he was happy
What do you mean? But how do you know he was happy, or how do you know that?
because he had a big smile on his face when I had given it to him as a gift.
Were you aware whether his parents that he was living with were gun people or wanted guns in their home?
As far as I knew that, or what I was explained by Chandler, was that his parents understood the reason why firearms exist in this world, and not that they necessarily support.
Oh, hang on. This is the meat and bones.
How did he react when you gave him the gun?
Oh, he was happy
What do you mean? But how do you know he was happy, or how do you know that?
because he had a big smile on his face when I had given it to him as a gift.
I'll bet you just put $2,000 in his hand.
Were you aware whether his parents that he was living with were gun people or wanted guns in their home?
As far as I knew that, or what I was explained by Chandler, was that his parents understood the reason why firearms exist in this world, and not that they necessarily support having them, but they're helpful in situations.
Sure. To your knowledge, did
Yeah, well, like when all your lies are coming unraveled.
Chandler have any guns?
As far as I knew, he told me that he had owned a AR-15 with a barrel extension that had to be welded on or something like that. And it was kind of looked like an M16 almost.
Did you ever see that gun?
Yeah, that sounds like a bit of Chandler fantasy there, doesn't it? I owned an AK-47 with a welded-on barrel that made it look like an M16. Uh-huh. Personally gifted to me by a Navy SEAL.
He had shown me a picture of it on on the app called Discord, but I don't have any documentation of that.
When you were here in Wisconsin, did you ever see any guns in the Halderson house?
I think I asked about it, but I think
The next question, Attorney Brown, should have been, in the picture that he showed you on Discord, was he holding the gun? Or was it just a picture of a gun?
said that they had it at the wherever their cabin was.
What did Chandler do with the gun? Were you able to figure out where he...
So the impression I get from Agent Smith's statements is that Chandler kept the gun that he was gifted sub rosa, secret from his parents.
put it in the house?
Yeah, he had initially, so if you would walk down the flight of stairs in the basement, you would look left, there was like a little wood pile, and he had stuck it in the middle section there because it was, I understood that they might not be happy about having this firearm. So, but he had told me he was going to be moving soon to do a career in SpaceX in Florida, so he was just going to take it with him and move out there with it.
Were there any magazines that came with the gun?
Yes, sir.
How
3.
many?
3.
And those all went with that gun?
Yes, sir.
Were they loaded when you gave them to him?
Not initially, sir.
How did they become loaded?
I think we were bullshitting with the magazine, sir, and both of us and were like, he was asking me how to load it, so I was like, oh, and I was showing him how to pack the magazine.
Sure. Aside from, and I think we've got it, but aside from the gun, the 3 magazines, the ammo can, and then the 400 some rounds of ammunition, was there anything else related to the gun that you gave to Chandler?
The optic that came on the weapon.
The sight, if for most people. If people aren't gun people, what's an optic?
It's the same thing, essentially.
If I showed you that gun, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not going to touch it. The detectives, in fact, are going to touch it, but it's already been received into evidence.
Roger.
In this case.
Roger, do you remember, what was his name? What was the Ezra McCandless's boyfriend that was testifying and would not stop saying Roger, even when the prosecutor instructed him? You know, he was like, well, okay, and does that mean yes? Because, you know, to me or the jury who maybe don't use Roger in their day-to-day, he just couldn't get away from it. That was hilarious. I think we should do his testimony again. That was really funny. Do you remember when he explained the rules of Dungeons and Dragons? You go to a place. What was it? I think I wrote it down. Let me just check if I have it. Here it is. So this is Ezra McCandless's boyfriend reading out the rules to Dungeons and Dragons. You roll dice. It's kind of like a game of chance. But like you get to... I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So it's... You create a character. You go to a place. And someone runs the whole session. And the rest of the players, you know, create like whatever. A bard or a cleric or something. And like the whole idea is to get you involved. Josh ran the campaigns, you know. He would create these environments for you. Your personality, your character to like go through. There's nothing digital about it. It's just a board. Not really even a board. It's just like they'll do like a map, so you can draw out where we're doing things and what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to play make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun. We do it on Monday nights. I love that. It's such a long explanation that leaves you more confused than not knowing the first thing about what it is. That guy, what was his name? Jason, began with an M. I don't know. I think we've got to go back to that guy at some point. What a guy.
So this is Detective Shunk, who I think you've met in this case. Does that appear to be the weapon that you gave to Chandler?
Can you flip it over? Yes, sir.
And looking at this zoomed in picture of the serial number from the driver's license photo, you can stand up if you need to. Would you confirm to me if that's the serial number, in fact, on that weapon?
Yes, sir.
Mengel, you're right, Wendell. But it's Mengel with E-L, a name of Indian origin, as in the country.
I think just because you weren't speaking into the microphone, because I asked you to stand up, that last response was yes, that is the serial number?
Yes, sir.
The magazines themselves, would you recognize those if you saw them?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Well, I don't remember. My brain doesn't always work correctly sometimes, but I can remember most things.
Oh. Yeah, my brain doesn't always work correctly sometimes.
Firearms. So I know two of them should be made by ProMag, and then one has a metal bottom with some black screwed up something on it.
When you gave Chandler the 3 magazines, and obviously there's one gun, but there's 3 magazines, there's a good deal of ammunition, several hundred rounds. Were you
400,
were you
480.
480. Were you giving him everything you had related to that gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any reason to keep any of the other things?
No, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second. We're going to show you some other stuff.
Gotcha.
Acapella. Welcome back, Acapella.
And this might take a second. And again, you'll notice the detective's wearing gloves, so he'll show you anything and he'll turn things around if you ask him, but we'll have to ask you not to touch anything.
Roger.
So the poll at the moment
Just so
is
the jury knows, because of the break that
the poll at the moment is 67% would rather be locked in a room with Agent Smith, 33% for Jazzle Dazzle.
we had in suspending the trial, I asked the detectives to reseal all of the evidence boxes since we weren't going to be able to access them for a number of days. And that's the process that's happening at this time.
And so, can you flip that box over for me? Showing you what's been marked as 288. Does that appear to be a magazine consistent with what you gave Mr. Halderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what defining characteristics are on that magazine that lead you to believe that is in fact one you gave him?
The big ugly splash on the bottom of the magazine, sir.
All right, and I'll have the detective display that to the jury. All right, and so we're going to do the same process with the next two. The next exhibit we're going to deal with is 289.
Oh, I love this bit. It's like Detective Chunk is doing a magic trick. Like he's in Vegas with these black gloves and, you know, wasn't there a magician that wore a mask? And these, like, whatever's in the these packages. The Ace of Spades. Why do I feel like there's a balloon animal trick coming? Poodle, or something even better than a poodle, a peacock. Yeah, that's Detective Chunk, Michelle.
Again, the same process. We're showing you 289. You can ask that be moved any way you'd like. Does that appear to be consistent with the magazine that you gave Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
And would that fit to the SKS rifle that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next one. And while the detective's pulling out the next one, the last one, which I can touch the outside, is Exhibit 288. You yourself have fired this gun in the past.
Yes, sir.
Right, I think let's go back to testimony
Are you-
questions. They show him some guns, that's it.
Did you discuss with Chandler when you gave him the weapon in June of this past year, anything more about what he was going to do with it, other than I think you said he was going to move to Florida with his new job? Anything else? Did you discuss? Was he going to go hunting? Anything like that?
I don't believe so, sir.
You said you visited him over the course of a couple days. Did you give it to him right away or later on in the weekend?
I think it was either Sunday that I gave it to him, or it was someday on Saturday that I gave it to him.
After you gave it to him and he placed it, I think you said under boards.
It was so it was almost like a bench like this, but there's a hollow center that had stuff stacked inside of it, and he just kind of shoved it in there since there was stuff blocking the front path of it from view.
Do you know where? Did the gun ever come out after he put it in there? Did you ever see it again?
We could have, sir. I think we could have played around with it, just showing how it works. And like, keep in mind, I had this weapon for a couple months, just had it sit in my safe, so I've had plenty of time to figure out a little bit of the ins and outs of it. So,
okay. Did he place? Do you know where Chandler?
Yeah, this guy, he probably does that thing, timed stopwatch, blindfolded, where he completely, what is the word? You know, takes a gun apart really fast and then puts it back together with the stopwatch. What movie is that in?
Chandler place the magazines or the ammo box?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did Chandler tell you anything more about his job at SpaceX?
Oh, thank you so much, Amy, for the 16 coffees. That is, that's very good. Very good, Amy. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. That is the best way to support the channel, guys. In case you were wondering, it's buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Not really, sir. Just that he had an opportunity that he was looking forward to.
You left at some points and you continued talking to Chandler, playing video games after you went back home?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Chandler suffer some sort of injury?
Yes, sir.
What do
As
you know
far
about
as
that?
I know, he went down the stairs and had fell somehow and screwed up his head or his neck.
And did that injury, according to Chandler, did that end up impacting his job or anything like that?
As far as I knew, so it seemed that because of the injury, he wasn't going to be able to take a flight out to Florida to do this SpaceX thing. But other than that, he didn't really explain what was wrong, just that he wasn't going to be able to fly out there and he wasn't able to look at computer screens or anything like that with so much blur on the screen or motion blur.
Did you find out at some point that Chandler's parents were missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out?
It was shortly after the 4th of July when I had came back from Texas from visiting my other buddy. He had gave me a sort of, not hysterical per se, but a pretty upsetting call that his parents hadn't got back to him or he hadn't seen them.
Sure. And then the cadence of things, was this was after the head injury?
Yes, sir.
Did Chandler tell you anything about the head injury in terms of specifics about what was going to happen or how
He
severe
told
it
me
was?
that he would have to wear a neck brace and that they were supposed to drill a hole in his head or something like that to alleviate some sort of pressure.
Okay. Did you talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about those conversations.
Well, day one when he told us, because he had told me and my friend that he's friends with that I visited when I was down in Texas.
Yeah, I know, right, Michelle? Michelle says, I definitely wouldn't trust this guy with my life. Can you imagine being in some kind of military campaign and you got into a really dangerous scenario all your platoon have been killed. It's just you. And this guy is coming to your rescue. I'll take my chances, man. Go back to your Humvee.
He told us that they had been missing, so we both suggested to him that, hey, if this is really a big concern for you, you might want to contact law enforcement immediately.
Okay. What did Chandler say to that?
He said, well, they might turn up, so I'll just wait a few days, and so it goes.
After that conversation, do you recall having any other conversations with Chandler about his parents being missing?
Just talking about how or where they could have end up it, or what was going on with the situation.
Was Chandler expressing worry to you or that he was concerned?
He seemed concerned, yes.
At some point, sure, and obviously now you're aware that Chandler was arrested for what happened.
Yes, sir.
You began having to have some conversations with law enforcement because a gun that was found very close to Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Meaning you'll help if you need to.
Meaning what the fuck? Meaning you'll help if you need to. I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass. Meaning you'll help if you need to. You know, I looked that up to see if it was some colloquialism or, you know, a saying from a certain part of the world or a reference to some character in a movie or literature or whatever. It's not. It's his. He's made that phrase. That is a Smith phrase. And it's amazing. Because the moment he says it is the moment that you ask yourself what the fuck it means. And once you start thinking about what it means, you can't stop. And you never get to an answer. I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass. So does it mean I'm not going to be delicate? Or I'm not going to be jagged and sharp? Or is it both? Delicate means I'm not going to be fragile, right? I'm not going to get broken, apart from, you know, my head injury. But, you know, not being jagged and sharp and dangerous would be more dangerous. So is it, I'm not going to be fragile, or I'm not going to be dangerous, or I'm not going to be a dangerous, fragile piece of glass? It means nothing. It means nothing at all.
Yes.
Okay. The police, in fact, visited you down in where you live at some point.
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, had given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
And you provided photographs whenever you could?
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you? July 1st, July 2nd, 2021?
Crystal Beach, Texas.
What? I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something I didn't do.
He had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Meaning you'll help if you need to?
Yes.
Okay. The police, in fact, visited you down in where you live at some point?
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, had given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
And you provided photographs whenever you could?
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you? July 1st, July 2nd, 2021?
Crystal Beach, Texas, sir.
In fact, what is Exhibit 566?
Looks like my bank statement, sir.
And where's that bank statement show that you are?
So if you follow this down, so You can see that I went and did some sort of purchase at a gas station at Texas at 7:02. Then follow this.
Christina, sure, we can go back. I mean, I'm still trying to work it out myself. But maybe the question beforehand would help us understand his piece of poetry that he produced to follow.
Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Meaning you'll help if you need to.
Yes.
I missed it. I was reading jury's response, who says, here's what Google says. Won't be a broken piece of glass. It generally means they are determined not to be defeated or broken by difficult circumstances. Well, then don't be a piece of glass at all. You know? Why bring glass into the equation?
You began having to have some conversations with law enforcement because a gun that was found very close to Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Meaning you'll help if you need to.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so let's try and break that down with jury's Google reference. You've been cooperated with law enforcement. I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir. Meaning you'll help if you need to. So juries generally means that they are determined not to be defeated or broken by difficult circumstances. So does that fit with the question? You've been cooperated with law enforcement. I mean, he could just say yes. That would be clear.
The police, in fact, visited you down in where you live at some point.
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, have given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort.
Yes, sir.
And you provided photographs whenever you could.
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you? July 1st, July 2nd, 2021?
Crystal Beach, Texas, sir.
In fact,
Something tells me this guy manages to get the fact that he served in the army into any sentence. He could be at McDonald's and they would say to him at the drive-through window, do you want to go extra large for an extra 35 cents? And he'd say, well, to be frank, I served in the army, so I will definitely up the size of my fries and Coca-Cola.
what is Exhibit 566?
Looks like my bank statement, sir.
And where's that bank statement show that you are?
So if you follow this down, so you can see that I went and did some sort of purchase at a gas station at Texas at 7:02. Then follow this down, 7:02 Lufkin, Texas. And then keep following it down. You can see 7:02 Crystal Beach, Texas. Keep following it down. You can see Lufkin again, sir, and then Crystal Beach, sir. And then.
So Christina, we'll have to call you Christina too. Hey, what state are you in, Christina, assuming you're in the US? There's two Christinas. What are we going to do? Yeah, Christina says that he means he will not compromise his own life to aid a murderer. Well, that would make sense to the question. You've been cooperated with. My point is that there was no need for this theatrical, poetic, whatever it was. He could have just said that, or agreed.
More purchases at Crystal Beach, Texas, sir, and then a few interspersed things that my wife had been purchasing at Dollar Tree, apparently.
And where was she at?
She was in Manhattan still, sir, or Junction City, sir.
Junction City. And in all of these purchases, and this is a bank statement from the 1st, looks like through the 10th, there's not a single one from Wisconsin, correct?
No, sir.
Nothing from Illinois? No?
No, sir.
Iowa?
No, sir.
Minnesota?
Unless I have the power of God to teleport, sir, I don't think that's going to occur.
Understood. I'll move 5 to 6.
Is that what the power of God does? Allow you to teleport? What the fuck? Unless I had the power of God to teleport. The science fiction God.
66 in evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
It's received.
I don't think it needs to be published. Your bank statements can just be right there.
You know, I've heard people say that God is omnipresent. That's not exactly teleporting from place to place.
Been redacted?
They have been redacted if ultimately
All you can
anyone-
see is how broke I am.
That's fine.
Well, the reason you're broke is because you gave away a $1,500 gun and 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition. I mean, what does one of those bullets cost? It's got to be. I have no idea. What? 10 cents? 20 cents? I have no idea. Plus all of the accessories, the bag, the scope, the strap. I mean, that's why you're broke. You could have taken that to any pawn shop and, you know, they wouldn't have given you full market value, but you probably would have walked out of there with $1,000.
At times, you're aware that the police verified your location in other ways, phone records and things of that sort.
I'm sure they did, sir.
Yeah. You were never in Wisconsin in July of 2021.
No, sir.
And I don't expect this guy to feel responsible for the murders because he gave them the weapon, but he doesn't even seem to acknowledge his role in the chain of ownership of the weapon that killed them, right? You'd think that most people, if they did this, if you gave someone a high-powered rifle and about a month later, or whatever it was, they killed both their parents with that gun, you'd be like, whoa, my God, I can't believe that. I gave him the gun, and because he had the gun, he was able to do this. I mean, maybe he shouldn't, or maybe he should. You know, maybe if we want to give people assault weapons, we should know them a little bit. Get to know them, you know. The very first time you meet someone, you're going to go and give them a serious killing machine. Feel them out, you know. That's really more of a second or third date gift.
One second. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'd like to first ask you a few questions about that SKS that you purchased. Is it correct that you purchased that initially for yourself?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Is it fair to say you're interested in guns?
In firearms, yes, ma'am.
You said you went and fired that SKS.
Oh, okay, it's not as expensive as I thought. I just looked it up, and you can get an SKS rifle right here for $650. 22-inch barrel. I think that's the one he had. Oh, well, there's another one here for $1,300. So there's all different kinds. I guess that's the length of the barrel and other variants.
Yes, maybe 20 times.
I had shot it once and put 20 rounds through the rifle itself through my hands, ma'am.
After that, you decided it wasn't that appealing to you?
No, ma'am. Just too much of kick, too much of anything that didn't make me happy about the weapon.
What do you mean by too much kick?
So each caliber of weapon or bullet will fire X amount of powder through it. So, for example, the SKS, which shoots 7.62 by 39 NATO, or whatever it is in Russia, it shoots a bigger payload of powder versus 5.56/223, which shoots up to 27 grains of powder. So it's not as much kick, but you can still put enough firepower down range.
Why does the kick make it unappealing to you?
Because if I had to defend my family from a home intruder, I think 5.56 is going to be a lot easier and a lot faster for me to react with than a 7.62 by 39 rounds.
Compared to other guns or firearms that you've used, the SKS is somewhat louder than similar type firearms, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends. It really depends on a lot of things, along where the location is. If you're in let's say you're shooting it in here, it's going to be loud as hell because there's all the encasing around you. If you're outside, it's going to be not as loud, but it's still going to be pretty loud.
Louder than a handgun?
Not necessarily.
Under similar circumstances, louder than a handgun?
Possibly. Yes.
Now, you're familiar with your familiarity with firearms. You're familiar with the terms of flash suppressor or flash hider?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So, a flash hider, depending on what you have, it can make either the ball of flame that comes out of it a lot bigger. It can make it so when you're shooting or at a prone position, when you're firing, the weapon gets pulled forward versus sending the recoil back, so it's not as much. And it really depends on what you're talking about specifically. You can't just throw a flash hider in with one of the other things because they all do different things.
Potentially, they could also reduce the sound.
Not necessarily unless you have a suppressor.
So a flash suppressor can reduce the sound.
A flash suppressor, if you can go out and buy a suppressor with a tack stamp, yes.
So could any kind of silencer.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't provide any of those with this SKS when you
No, ma'am,
gifted it
but
to
with
Mr. Halderson?
the SKS's barrel at the end of it, regardless,
Lenny says, Smitty is young and brain injured. I think Chandler got the idea of a head injury from his injury in the service. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe he was like quizzing him all the time they spent together. He was like, so was there nerve damage? And are you going to have a hole drilled in your head? What about hemorrhaging? Was it hemorrhaging? How much? Yeah, and the symptoms, did your legs turn to cheese? And your nerve get all twisty? You know, just studying it,
it's
rehearsing it.
kind of an act of God almost to put a suppressor on. So there's barrel threading, which was not on this SKS at the end of it. There might be a special attachment you can get and purchase and put onto this firearm, but unless you have certain special attachments, it might not necessarily fit in correctly or seat correctly, which can cause problems itself and cause an obstruction.
Bottom line, though, this SKS that you gifted Mr. Halderson didn't have any of that.
No, ma'am. It's the standard end of an AK-74, essentially.
Now, when you gifted this SKS to Mr. Halderson, you talked about this procedure you use with taking a photo of someone's driver's license with the serial number from the firearm. Do you
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that? That's not something you only have done with Mr. Halderson. It's something you've done anytime you've sold, transferred, or gifted firearms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've done that several times?
Yes, ma'am.
Jury, premium is so worth it. I could never go back. I mean, you know, it's really not that much. But I don't subscribe to Netflix or any of those things. You know, I just put it all on YouTube, baby.
How many?
Depends on a lot of things. If I have, so I can have an AR-15 that I'll buy, and I'll build it, and then it'll sit in my safe for whatever reason for a long time, and then I can feel like, oh, okay, well, go and sell it. But as for how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly.
Okay. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? No. May this witness be excused and released.
He is both, yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Yes,
rest
sir.
of your day.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. And the next witness, please.
State calls for itself.
Who? How great would it have been if Chandler testified?
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be a preference.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Greetings. My name is Clint, C-L-I-N-T. My last name is Seltzner, S-E-L-T-Z-N-E-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective for the Dane County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been a detective?
since August of 2015.
I'm a hard-boiled egg for the Dane County Sheriff's Office. Put me in an egg cup. I'm an egg with a beard and a face. We should get some cress and grow it out of his head. Hey, there's a witness called Cress. Let's get them together. Crack open his head and put cress inside.
Were you yourself involved in the investigation into the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson, specifically into the search of their home on Oak Springs?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
I'm a very soft-spoken egg. Soft-boiled. Soft like my voice. My yolk is runny.
Were you involved in that search?
I was just one of the detectives assigned to help search.
And particularly, did you end up searching Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
What gave you the impression that that was Chandler's bedroom?
The pictures on the wall, the size of the clothes, documents, things like that.
Sure. When you searched the bedroom, were you searching for any items in particular, or were you just looking through and seeing what you could find?
I think at that point we were just looking for anything we thought that could be related to the case.
And were cell phones an important item for you to look for at that time?
Yes, they were.
That was included in the search warrant of things that you could take from the Halderson home?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you a couple photographs.
Can you imagine if the Fabergé artists got a hold of this guy? They could turn his head into $10 million.
Showing what's been marked as Exhibit 469. What is that a photograph of?
I see Apple iPhones, an iPod, I believe, and then there's also a black and silver Apple iPhone.
Okay. And I'm showing you 470 with some of those items pulled out, correct?
Yes.
There were numerous phones in Chandler Halderson's bedroom that were seized as evidence.
Yes, there were.
Were these photographs of those phones in those general areas?
Yes, they were. This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Sure. So at least were these all found in the same general vicinity?
Yeah, these phones were found, the Apple iPhone was found in a desk drawer, and where you would put your legs underneath the workspace, there's that fold-out drawer where typically pens and things like that are found. That's where that was. The Alcatel phone was found in the bottom drawer.
Okay. Same desk?
Same desk.
Okay. So a couple different phones, and then just some general USBs, normal office stuff in there, correct?
That's right.
All right. I'll move 469 and 470.
You know how Chandler liked to write down these recipes on Post-it notes and stick them on his mirror in his room. Can you imagine if he'd written down a recipe for the perfect poached eggs? And this guy found it and read it. Into boiling water, 3 minutes, and just a silent tear rolled down his shell.
Need evidence?
No objection.
They are received.
And then before I publish, did you find any ammunition or ammunition cans in the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Whereabouts was an ammunition can found?
The ammunition can was found in the closet on the right.
This guy would be great for reading bedtime stories. I'm feeling relaxed already. Listening to him is like having a chamomile tea with a squirt of lemon and a full teaspoon of honey.
Hand side on the floor.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 471. Is that the ammunition can?
Yes, it is.
And is that kind of where it was found?
It was in the closet. I can't really see it from the context.
Things are moved around here. Take a photograph of the top.
Yeah, that's the ammo can.
All right. So 471 moved.
Any objection to the receipt of 471?
No objection.
It is received.
All right. I'll move to publish.
These items should show up on the computer monitor.
Oh.
And we're just going to show them here because there's not many, and the detail perhaps isn't as important as some, but is that the ammunition can there in the center of 471?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was in Mr. Halderson's closet?
Yes, it was.
469, is that a photograph of the top drawer of that desk?
It looks like it, yes.
And we have some phones that became relevant that you ended up seizing?
Yes.
And other just general debris. And then if we look at 470, is that laid out all the phones that were collected from that desk?
Yes.
And then obviously there's just appears to be some normal office things, but we have a flip phone kind of in the center right, and then appears to be 2 iPhones.
I believe one was an iPod.
iPod and an iPhone.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And all those items were seized?
Yes.
Was there an egg timer in his drawer?
Were any gloves found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
A Detective Liz Allen located a glove in the drawer of his nightstand. That was a black glove. And then I found a box of Walgreens exam-style gloves in a container or box underneath the bed.
Sure. Exam-style gloves, the gloves that we've maybe been wearing in court, the plastic gloves, the latex gloves?
Right.
Okay. And did you seize that box of gloves?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing it's been marked. We don't have to open it. 474, is that in fact the box of gloves that you seized that day?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'll move 474 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Are we really watching this guy? I don't know if we should. Oh, is this the friend? This is the friend. Chandler's friend. Let's go to the friend. Oh, I do have coffee. Cold coffee. Nice.
Without wearing a mask, that they should do so if they're comfortable with that.
I would prefer to keep mine on if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both for the record?
I am Alex Gravatt, A-L-E-X.
Alpha, Lima, Echo, X-ray.
G-R-A-V-A-T-T.
Mr. Gravatt, do you know somebody by the name of Chandler Halderson?
I do know Chandler Halderson.
And how do you know Mr. Halderson?
We were childhood friends and roommates.
Okay. I'd ask that you look around the courtroom. The judge will give instructions in just a second, and tell me whether or not you see Mr. Halderson.
And before the witness does so, would everybody not in the jury box lower their mask for a moment so that he can see everyone's faces? Thank you. You can replace your masks. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I see Chandler Halderson.
Could you please identify him by perhaps where he's located and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is wearing a black suit with a white shirt next to somebody wearing green.
All right. I'd ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
Mr. Gravatt, did you ever go swimming in the Wisconsin River with Mr. Halderson?
Yes, a handful of times.
Okay, and where did you guys go? Could you describe the location?
We had two spots, one next to a local park in Saukville, and then one kind of down the road across a bridge, and we had to go into a cul-de-sac and then down a winding path through a little prairie to a beach.
And that second location you described, how many times do you think you went there with Mr. Halderson?
Me personally, 2 or 3. I know that they went, he and a few of my other friends went more times without me.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Halderson knew how to scuba dive?
Yes.
What did you know about his scuba diving?
Well, I knew in high school he was a diver, but then he loved to swim, and from my understanding, he joined the Madison police diving team for search and rescue missions. I know he'd gone a few times with them, to my knowledge, but I never went with him or dropped him off or saw anything too much.
Did he
like
ever tell you about any of his search and rescue missions?
Yes, he told me a couple of times about getting caught in riptides, and one time he said that he saw a body while doing it, while scuba diving, and that he was a little weirded out by that.
Did he ever bring home any mementos or anything he found while scuba diving?
Yes, I know there was one time he brought home a large pink sex toy that he found, and then there was one time I believe he brought home like an old rusty looking knife.
And were these from his scuba diving?
So he's going out on fake diving missions, right? Because none of this was real. And he's going to the extent of bringing back a large pink sex toy, which we can assume was a dildo, that he supposedly found underwater, and as a funny memento kept it and showed it to his friend. Okay.
Missions with the Madison Police Department. Was that your understanding?
I believe so.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank
good
you.
remainder of your day.
You too.
Thank you. And the next witness, please.
State will call Dakota Brown to the stand.
Dakota, how many Dakotas have we got? Well, we've definitely got South Dakota.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the
We need one more state tonight at least. I want to get... Vermont.
Good afternoon. I've been asking every witness if they believe they can safely and responsibly do so to testify without wearing a mask. If that's comfortable, would you be able to do that? Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Please state what your first and last name for the record and spell out.
Dakota Brown, DAKOTAHBROWN.
You spell Dakota with an H at the end? Why?
And do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Halderson?
I was in a relationship with him for 1 year.
And I'd ask that the judge will give instructions in a minute, but I'd ask that you look around the courtroom, see if you see Mr. Halderson, and then identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt.
I'll ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their mask for a brief moment. Thank you.
I don't think I've actually seen this one before.
You could return your masks. Were you able to see Mr. Halderson?
Yes, white shirt, black tie, blue mask.
And is he seated at a table?
Yes.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, Miss Brown, did you ever go?
Yeah, Nikki, it's clear that he was prepared to kill Kat that weekend if she went looking in the freezer. And in some imaginary scenario where he got away with this, I think her days were numbered, you know.
Go swimming with Mr. Halderson in the Wisconsin River?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went to Sauk City, to a beach area on the river, right on the riverbank.
And was that a place that, to your understanding, Chandler swam a lot?
No, we found it one day as a group, us and our friends, and we all went together for the first time.
And what year was that? Do you remember?
2020.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and received as exhibits 123 and 124. Do you recognize either or both of those photos?
Yes, both.
How do you recognize them?
Chandler sent them to me.
And do you know anything about where these were taken or any of the circumstances surrounding?
He just said a beach day in Sauk City with the boys.
Okay. And just quickly, Your Honor, if I could have the Elmo. And these are pictures that the jury has already seen, but I just want to show them what we were talking about. 123 and 124. And you provided those photos to police in connection with this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, what, if anything, do you know about Chandler's scuba diving career?
I don't know anything other than he told me that he has gone diving, that he was certified, and that he had a job diving.
And did he say what department he dived with?
For the Madison Police Department.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
State calls Paige Valenta to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you are comfortable and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right.
Yeah, good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Paige Valenta, Paige, Valenta, Valenta.
And how are you employed?
With the City of Madison Police Department.
In what role?
I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations.
In the realm of ranks of police officers, you're at near the very top.
I report directly to the chief.
I asked you a couple of questions in this case, which is why you're testifying, but does the Madison Police have a scuba diving rescue team?
No.
Has someone named Chandler Halderson ever been employed by the Madison Police to your knowledge?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
State will recall Brian Shelton. Thank you.
Oh yeah, good catch, jury. They didn't ask her how she met Chandler, which is critical because he started dating Kat in 2019. That's true. That is true. But we have those clips. Where Chandler was saying, what was he saying? Let me see if I can find it. Chandler was saying, On August 24th, 2020, somebody receives an incoming instant message from Chandler Halderson, which states, "So, I accidentally cheated on my girlfriend while I was really, really drunk. And she wants me to call her tonight to have me end it with this girl and ask her how many times it happened. Twice, while hammered. I actually didn't remember till she found out and my friend had to tell me. But unfortunately, the girl I did it with really likes me still and knows what she is going to ask. So she's gonna fuck it up by lying to her and all." Someone replies to this by saying, "Stop being stupid drunk, LOL." Chandler Halderson sends someone, these are redacted, so I don't know who it is, another instant message saying, "Is there any way to have you answer with a voice changer or some way to get a female voice to help? I know I screwed up and I don't have any proof to say she's gonna lie on the call tonight." There is conversation back and forth between, this is written, this is not a quote, there is conversation back and forth between someone and Chandler Halderson about various applications that could be used. So this is in August 2020. The girlfriend he cheated on is Kat, and the girl he cheated on Kat with is Dakota, right? I think we can safely say that. So from August 2020, he continued to see her for a year, which would take them up, well, a little bit past the murders, July 21, 2021. Yeah, I think he was doinking Dakota up until June. If they were doinking between August and June, then you could call that a year. It's close enough. What a snake! What a snake!
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
I'm just going to get situated. Give me 1 second. Of course.
Does anybody know the name of the neighbor that recorded his conversation with Chandler, the ex-cop, or what day he testified? Because that's the only other witness that I know of that I would like to see before we go back to the interrogation, which we're not doing tonight, obviously. We'll do that tomorrow. But I wouldn't mind grabbing that witness if anyone remembers the name.
Detective, we've heard from you a couple of times. Due to some things you've done in this investigation, be fair to say that there was a large team of people responsible for determining what actions were taken, what steps to take next in the investigation, or was it just you or just Sabrina Sims?
No, Detective Sims and I were the lead detectives, but we had a lot of help.
Sure. We have seen a lot of evidence in this case, both at all the crime scenes. Was it important to you to see if any of those items were connected to other crime scenes in this case?
Yes, definitely.
Why was that important?
It was important. We found tools out at the farm, obviously. We knew that there were items in the Halderson household that had been located. Trying to figure out
how they were placed in the different locations, I guess. So the tools out at the farm, if there was anything that we could do to determine whether they had a tie directly to the Halderson family or the Halderson household was important.
And were there some steps taken in this investigation to try to make those determinations?
Definitely.
Some of them involved just seeing things and some involved expert witnesses?
Correct.
All right. Let's start with one item we've talked about a lot. It's marked, I'll show you the fence real quick. The target back. It's marked as exhibit 561 in this case. What is exhibit number 561?
I gotta try and find this neighbor witness. Chandler Halderson, ex-cop, neighbor. Oh, I don't know. Might be difficult to find. Is that him? No. Stephen Greiber. Thank you, Jerry.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you could.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Greiber, Steven Greiber, as in boy, ER.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
Law enforcement.
In what capacity were you in law enforcement?
I was an investigator or detective for most of my years. Sure. I'll say that I was a law enforcement officer.
Sure. In full transparency, at times you and I have worked together in our careers.
Yes.
Where at?
At the Dane County District Attorney's Office.
And how long were you at the District Attorney's Office?
12 years.
Fair to say, since you retired, unfortunately, we haven't kept in contact or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where do you live, sir, in relation to Bart and Krista Halderson?
I live directly across the street. If our houses are almost like a mirror image of each other, going out my driveway, across the street, or go into their driveway. So our garages face each other, and the front of our houses face each other.
In the early part to the mid part of July of last year, was there some significant police presence in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Was that for an ongoing period of time?
Yes.
At some point, did you talk to a police officer about something you perhaps noticed or remembered from July 1st of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Just first of all, if you could set the stage, what were you doing that day, July 1st?
Well, July 1st, initially, I had been up I have a garden that's away from my property. It's relatively large, a vegetable garden. So I'd been up there most of the day. And then later in the day, my granddaughter had a softball game. So I had attended that softball game, which was like around 6 o'clock in the evening.
What happened when you arrived home?
So when I came home, which had probably been an hour later, about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there, but I had previously harvested some radishes out of my garden and had them in a 5-gallon pail, so I had taken them out into my front driveway and had cleaned them up, just cutting off the excess leaves and stuff like that. But I had sat in a park bench that I have sitting in my driveway that's sitting between the two garage doors, because I have a 3-bay garage door, or garage.
About what time in the day were you out in your lawn or the driveway there cleaning the radishes?
It was probably about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere around that time.
And what did you notice around that time that caught your attention?
Cleaning the radishes sounds like a euphemism for shaving your balls.
What caught my attention was while I was there doing that for a period of time, all of a sudden I had could detect a strong odor just of burning wood. And so I thought someone maybe had a fireplace or I should say a fire pit or something outside going. They're just burning some firewood. But about 5 minutes or so later, all of a sudden that odor of burning wood became a distinct odor that was more like in the line of what I thought someone was like barbecuing a large pork, like in one of these large barbecue pits or whatever that can hold a whole pork.
And how long did that smell persist in your neighborhood?
Well, for the remainder of the time I was outside, it was present, kind of became real strong, kind of like a pungent smell, to the point that I actually walked down my driveway half the distance and kind of looked up and down the street to see if anybody was doing anything like grilling or something else was going on, and I didn't see anything at that point.
If you had to guess, or if you had to estimate distance-wise from the location you are to the Halderson home, about how far away is it?
About maybe 100 to 130 feet.
And you have that observation that day. You're not here to say exactly what that smell was, right?
Other than it smelled to me like, yeah, something burning of a meat or fats or something.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No,
That was
thank
it.
you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your
So that is not the neighbor that recorded Chandler.
day.
The state calls Colin Lynch to the stand.
Jury, your information was faulty.
Good morning. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Colin Lynch, COLINLYNCH.
And Mr. Lynch, whereabouts do you live?
7022 Bridgman Road.
And what municipality?
Windsor?
Did you know someone named Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know Bart Halderson?
Neighbor, and we were both commissioners on Lake District.
Sure. I'm going to have you pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's hard to hear in this room. You say you're both commissioners on a lake district?
Yes, it's a special tax district that acquires funds for the management of the pond that we live on.
Sure. You both back up to the pond?
Yeah, correct.
In relation to Mr. Halderson's house, were you aware of where Bart Halderson lived?
Yes.
Where was your house in relation to his house?
Directly behind him across the pond.
Okay. So if you looked across the pond, you'd see Bart Halderson's house?
You're correct.
Okay. Sir, back in July of 2021, did you have any security cameras at your house?
July 2021, yes.
What type of security system, or how many cameras did you have at your home?
A total of 13.
Did some of them face the front of your house?
Yes.
And did at least one of them face the rear of your house?
Rearward, yeah.
Okay. And does that camera look toward the pond in some respects?
Yes, the pond is in the images above the ground.
Sure. So, what was the purpose of that camera when you installed it? Was it to look at the pond, or was it to look at something else?
Oh, I had planned when I installed the cameras. I had planned on putting in a pool, and there's terribly risky, terrifying things, and so one of the many reasons for installing cameras at the pool in the rear was the primary purpose of that.
In the mid part of July of last year, were the police having contact with you about your security camera?
Did he say that pools are incredibly risky, terrifying things?
And perhaps them having some footage that they thought was helpful?
Yes.
And did you provide full access to your security system at that time?
Yes.
In fact, at one point, they actually took your kind of the DVR from your home. Did they not?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you later learn that they were particularly interested in maybe the rear camera of your house facing across the pond toward the Halderson house?
Roughly, yes.
And you fully comply with any testing they wanted to do during that time period?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 306. Let me just ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes, that's my camera 6, my property.
Okay. And is that kind of a screenshot?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. I'll move 306 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So I think you testified, the deputies took your DVR system and they pulled footage off of it, but you're saying that 306 is at least a screenshot of what that rear camera maybe would have been looking at around that time?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll just move to publish quickly, 306. And you said you were planning to build a pool. Looks like you followed through with that, right?
Amazingly, yes.
Okay. You had no further part in analyzing the video or doing anything like that. That was the sheriff's deputies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did they return your DVR to you eventually?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
He may.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you.
Okay, now they're going to go into the long testimony about the video that captured the fire.
On the 22nd, when I was there, I spoke with Deputy Sheriff Greg Leatherberry. We worked hand in hand on crime scenes for many years, and he said, by the way, he said the lower level windows in this tri-level house have a black canvas or covering over the windows. And he just wanted to make sure I was aware of that. He asked me if I needed to take those down for any reason.
Scott Coons. Let's see if it's Scott Coons. Kuntz. No, this is Scott Kuntz. Well, who recorded? Linzmeyer. It's Linzmeyer. But he doesn't show up as a search. Blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Former Madison Police Kevin Lintzmeyer. Ah, this one. Yeah, got it.
About Chandler working at American Family.
I think 25 years. I believe it was when Mitch, I think it was after.
And then the transcripts.
Yes, my name is Friends. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last names?
Yes, my name is Kevin Lintzmeyer. First name is spelled Kevin. Last name is spelled Linsmeier.
So they're going to play the recording of Chandler going to see this guy who had only been, I think he retired from the police a month prior or something. So he still looks at everything like a detective, and recorded him while he's going door to door looking for cameras and what they show. Nice job.
And Mr. Lintzmeyer, how have you been employed in the past?
I was employed by the Madison Police Department.
As what?
Police officer and a detective.
And how long were you a police officer and detective?
For 31 years.
And do you remember roughly when you retired?
On May 3rd, 2021.
And where do you live?
I live at 105 Oak Springs Circle in DeForest, Wisconsin.
And where is 105 Oak Springs Circle in relation to the Halderson home?
It's across the street from my house, kitty corner a little bit. So, I mean, the lots do not line up perfect, but they're staggered just a little bit, but we are across the street from the Halderson residence.
And did you know Krista and Bart Halderson?
I did.
How did you know them?
So let's talk about Bart first. I've known Bart since childhood. He's from my hometown. He went to the same high school as I. We grew up 5 minutes apart or so. And then I met Bart again about 5 years ago when he moved across the street from me. And then Krista, I met through Bart. Krista was Bart's wife, and that's when I met her.
Okay. And would you just characterize your relationship with them as neighbors, or were you kind of friendly, or something else?
We were neighbors. We went out to eat with them once, 3 years ago probably or so. I mean, we visited outside as neighbors would do. So I would say we were very neighborly.
Okay. And in the first week of July of 2021, what, if any, observations did you make about the Halderson home or lawn?
So the first week of July, I recall talking to my wife about that the Halderson lawn wasn't kept up, which was very unusual. They did a really nice job maintaining their lawn, very good gardeners, and it was obvious.
Oh, the humanity. Their lawn is 2 inches long.
That the lawn wasn't being cared for. So that was the first observation that we made.
gardening was kind of a hobby for Bart, or at least you thought it was?
They were out regularly working on their lawn, planting, maintaining their plants. That was one of their hobbies. You could clearly tell they enjoyed being outside and working on their lawn.
And I heard that's a little bit competitive on your street, that everybody
is.
takes a lot of pride in their landscaping and lawn.
Yes.
As of July 7th or so of 2021, had you ever met anybody named Chandler Halderson?
I did.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
Shortly after Bart and Krista moved into the house. I know for sure I met Chandler and his brother and Bart and Krista then. I remember that distinctly, and I'm pretty sure there was at least one more time in subsequent years that I have met Chandler.
Generally speaking, though, did you socialize with Chandler?
No.
Okay. Did Chandler come to your home on July 8th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you have any security cameras of any sort at your house?
I have a Ring video on the front door of my entrance of house.
So, do you remember what time did Chandler come to your home on the 8th?
It was approximately 8:30 a.m.
Okay. And what happened?
So the doorbell rang. I answered the door. I said to Chandler through the door, "I'll meet you in the garage."
Why'd you do that?
At the time, I had a very young puppy that needed to be crated. And I, didn't want to try to control the puppy and talk to Chandler at the same time. So that was the reason on why I wanted to talk with him in the garage.
Did you do anything as you prepared to go into the garage to meet Chandler?
Yes, after I created the puppy, I decided that I was going to record the contact I was going to have with Chandler. So I had my phone, I activated the recorder.
Why'd you do that?
Well, being a police officer, for many years I felt, or I suspected something wasn't right based on my observations from the day before, where I saw 3 squad cars outside the Halderson house for an extended period of time. That's not something we normally see in the neighborhood, let alone for a missing person type case. Usually the officers aren't at the scene for an extended period of time. So I suspected something wasn't right. I just didn't know what.
Okay. So you recorded the interaction.
I did.
And that, just to be clear, that's just an audio.
Because it wasn't protocol. And he knew that because he was a cop.
Only recording.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Chandler figured that one out too, didn't he? He phoned up Detective Junk and was like, "Okay, there's 4 squads outside my house. Anything going on? Is something going on that we need to know?" Just imagine him peering through the curtains. He could not sound more fucking, paranoid on that call. Guilty/paranoid.
Mr. Linsmeyer, I am going to show you what has been.
But Detective Chunk handles it beautifully. He's like, well, they're probably doing reports, probably doing shift change. Well, there's another squad coming.
Marked as exhibits 45 and 46. What is exhibit 45?
So exhibit 45 consists of a flash drive.
And during the course of this investigation, did you provide law enforcement with your Ring video footage of Chandler?
I did.
Okay. And you provided a true and accurate copy?
I did.
At this point, I would move exhibit 45 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Sure.
All right, white noise. Jesus.
Exhibit
Not
46
necessary.
is also a flash drive. It's green in color.
And during the course of this investigation, did you provide law enforcement a true and accurate copy of the audio you recorded in the garage between you and Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 46 into evidence at this time.
Any objection other than any noted previously?
None.
It is received.
I'm also going to provide 47 and 48 for the court record benefit.
Thank you.
So the Ring doorbell interaction occurred first?
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to publish Exhibit 45 at this time.
Can we do a poll on Dick York or Dick Sargent? I think that's necessary. I like both, but I want to know what you think. Where's the poll? Just before we get to the recording, we've got to settle the age-old argument at who was the better Daryl. What was it? Darren. What was their last name? Where's the poll? Who played Darren Stevens? Darren with the less common I spelling. Vote away, folks.
Yes.
Just look at the way he snoops up. He's like the Pink Panther. Dun-dun, 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 Doo-dun, doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Wave. Who is he waving at? Who is he waving at?
Hey, I'll meet you in the garage, okay? Okay.
And so that's the Ring doorbell footage.
That is correct.
Okay. And the date on that Ring doorbell footage was July 8th, and it appeared to be, the time appeared to be 8:37 a.m. Is that all correct?
That should be accurate, yes.
Yes. And this audio footage that we're about to hear in Exhibit 46, I assume that occurred pretty much seconds after that Ring doorbell?
Yes. I don't know if we've ever met. Well, actually, we did meet. I think we met once or twice when you first moved over there. I think we met. Sorry about what's going on.
What it is, but I was wondering if your door camera.
You do have a ring, yeah.
Does it pick up the road?
Yes, some it does.
Would you have any notifications from Friday morning, early, before 6:15?
We can check. That's not a problem. Is that before
That'd be great.
6:15?
Yeah, before 6:15, kind of since Thursday midnight. Any notifications? would
Okay.
be helpful.
My wife is the one that knows how to run that, so I'll have her pull it up on the computer. So Thursday night to Friday morning.
Yeah.
Okay. You doing okay over there? Anything I can do to help you out? You need help watching the dogs or anything?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to leave my dogs with people.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My youngest dog was in a bad home before, so she's got to be either with me, my parents, or like there's my great aunt and uncle. The only people that she's okay being near.
Okay. Well, if there's anything I can do to make life easier, I mean, I'm retired now, so I'm around. My wife's around a lot. She still works, but especially if it's like watching the dogs or anything, if there's anything I can do to make your life easier, I'll give you my phone number. Yeah. You can call me.
Great.
Okay, ready? My name's Kevin. 1203. And actually, let me get your number too if I need to call you.
Maybe you could give text.
That's my cell phone, yeah, so you can text it too. Oh, you can just text it to me. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if there's anything, I mean, especially for my wife and I, as you probably saw, we have a puppy. We just got a puppy. We've always had dogs. Now we have a 13-week-old.
Seeing it.
A little work of art. But if there's anything I can do, I'm from, you know, where your dad is from the Valders area. I grew up in that area.
Okay.
He's 3 years younger than me, but we went to the same high school.
So you were with my Uncle Brett?
Brett is...
So that would put Mr. What was it? Linzmeyer at 53 at this time, which means, and he said he was a cop for 31 years. since he was 22. That's pretty early to retire, isn't it?
1 or 2 years older than me. So I don't know. I don't think I've ever talked to him. I know he used to be cross country, was he? Was he a big runner back in, I think in high school he was a runner, I think. And I don't know if I've ever talked to him. I know what he looks like, but he's 1 or 2 years older than me. But how's, your how's your dad's family or Krista's family doing?
I haven't heard anything from my mom's family. They're kind of spread across the map. So
Do they know what's going on though?
No, I haven't talked to them before.
Okay.
I wouldn't know how to contact them either.
Okay.
My brother might know how to contact her brother. So I think he's met her.
No?
Yeah,
Brett knows
I'm
him.
hoping Brett can come because he'll be able to look through more things than the police are.
Yeah. Well, when Brett comes up here, if he comes up here, have him come over here. I mean, if there's anything I can do to help out with anything. I mean, I was a detective for 23 years with Madison Police Department, so I worked, that's kind of stuff. I know Brett was a manager, he was a boss, but he should have a lot of experience. But, and if you have Brett's phone number, I could easily call him up. If you want to give me Brett's phone number, I'll give him a phone call and just, tell him. And so I think you text that to me also.
Yeah, he was in contact.
Yeah, send it to me. I've always wanted to meet him because I know he was a police officer for many years. And I don't even know if he knows who I am, but when I met, your dad and Krista, he told me that Brett was a cop. I'm like, I knew that, I just didn't, he was in the military or something too, I remember.
Yeah, he was in the Army.
Yeah, I remember that also. But I'll have Lisa check the ring. I know the cops one of them came over and talked over here a little bit yesterday and asked if we saw anything, and it's like, no, not much. So.
It's too early. I haven't seen anyone up around that time anyways.
Do you, I read in the news release where the cabin is. What's
Sawyer Lake?
Sawyer Lake. Is that a cabin? Cabin. And they checked the cabin already up there?
I haven't heard what
I would
they found.
hope they have the cops up there knocking on the door, checking it.
One of the 3 cops for the entire,
No, that's I don't even know where Sawyer County is actually.
It's not Sawyer County, it's just Sawyer Lake.
Sawyer Lake, okay, I've heard. Okay.
County.
Langley, is that what it is?
Oh, yeah,
That's what I heard of Langley, never went to get past Green Bay, I don't know much, so. But,
And a sawyer is someone who uses a saw. Wow, I just love that. That's crazy.
I'll have Lisa check. I'll text you once she checks the ring. So Thursday night into Friday morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And you keep me in mind if there's anything I'm telling you, if there's anything we can do to make your life easier, you need to reach out to us, okay?
I appreciate it.
Okay, what's your name again?
Chandler.
Chandler. Okay, and do you have one brother?
Yeah.
I was going to say, when your parents moved in there, I remember meeting 2 boys. Okay, what's your brother's name?
Mitchell.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've met either of you since.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I can't even remember moving all the boxes in here. Yeah, actually.
How long have you been over there for?
5 years since I graduated high school and we moved just the summer after.
So what's weird is and I didn't know this until after you moved over here, but you used to live up off of West Mohawk Trail.
Yeah.
We did too, and I had no idea. I mean, and then we lived at 933 West Mohawk Trail, and then we moved to Mohican Pass up on top of the hill.
Oh, that's where my best friend used to live.
What was his name?
Nate.
Hoffman?
Hoffman.
Yeah,
Nate Hoffman.
right across the street from the Hoffmans.
Oh, cool.
Where did they move to? Okay.
I lost touch when I moved to Plymouth.
So, and that's what your parents told me, that you moved away from that area and then moved to Plymouth, and then moved back here then, right? Mm-hmm. But we live, I don't know where your house was off of Mohawk, but
Yeah, gotta go, man. Fucking parents are missing. I'm going door to door looking for cameras. Now, you got anything for me? Fucking. Oh, well, I remember when we lived on Mohawk, next to the Hoffmans. We were right next door to the Hoffmans.
We lived close, and I had no idea. You know that. I remember your dad as a Cub Scout. I don't think I ever talked to him because he was younger than me, but I remember your dad and your uncle as Cub Scouts, yeah. And that's all I remember. I don't remember him much, much else. I know I never talked to your dad in high school. He was 3 years younger, but and your brother was older, so I don't think I ever talked to him. But it's just how weird, what a small world. And then your mom went to school with my wife at La Follette. It's like what a small world that is. So
it's crazy.
So, okay. Call me though if you need any.
Yeah, small world, small talk.
Anything, okay? Okay.
If you could think of anything, give me a ring, or if you find
just from my law enforcement background, the best thing you can be doing is being in constant contact with the detective that's assigned to the case. If I was you, I would be lighting this phone up. What's going on? Where are things at? Just being in constant contact. They're gonna, if they're doing their job the way I would be doing it, they already reached out wherever the Sawyer Lake is. They would have had the cops check in the area. You gave them the address where the cabin was? Okay. I can assure you that they're doing what they can on their end, but I would be calling that cop up, 2-3 times a day, saying, hey, what's going on, or encouraging the cop to call you 2-3 times a day until, this is figured out. And I didn't know your parents real well. I talked to him. I knew your dad a little bit. I would say hi to him and we'd wave, but it's not like we were real close.
I remember when I would wave at your dad when he was a Cub Scout. And we lived next door to the Hoffmans. Did I already tell you that?
We just weren't,
We lived right next door to the Hoffmans on Mohawk Drive. I helped your dad get a merit badge.
So, but that's about all you can really do. And I'm not a big social media person at all. Don't know much about it. But were your parents big in social media?
It's not helping finding him.
Okay. So. When was your and your parents' workplaces have been contacted already?
Yep.
Okay.
I tried to contact my dad's, but his place is so locked down, it's hard to even talk to a real person.
No, and and the officers know where your parents work?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're doing trust me, they're doing what their jobs are, so that should all be covered. And then I would, just stay in contact with the cops. They're gonna probably ask for more information. If they have questions from you, answer the questions. Be in whatever you can do of assistance. Is your other brother, your older brother? Mm-hmm. Has he been, the officers talked to him?
Yeah, they were at his house.
Okay, that's good. That's really good. Does Krista have any relatives around here? No.
Just my dad. And I've contacted his side, aunt and uncle, his brother, his nieces.
Okay, good.
My grandparents. I'm pretty sure they're in the loop now too, but they haven't heard anything.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Just work with the detective as much as possible. Do you know who the detective is that's assigned?
It's on a card in my dining room.
Once you call him, ask him, are you the detective assigned, or do you mind if I continue calling you for updates? Because what's going to happen is yesterday I saw 3 squads here.
Yeah.
Okay, so not all 3 people are going to be assigned the case. One person gets assigned the case because the other 2, most of the time, they're patrol officers or detectives. They have other cases they have to work on, but one person will be assigned the case. Find out who that one person is, and that's who you're going to call. That's who you're going to communicate with. You don't want to communicate with 3 different people because you're gonna get the runaround, because you know how the street people don't communicate with each other, because they're all doing their own thing. You need that one person that's ahead of the case, so that's who you want to stay in contact with. But there's, all you can do is wait, pray, hope for the, hope for the best. Has this ever happened before? Anything like
Not
this?
like this long of not hearing from them. That's why I went to the police. So.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. I'm really glad you did.
So, yeah.
I'm really glad you did. Did the police ask you, do they have passports? Did they ever travel
I
out
don't
of the
know if
country?
they have passports with them. I can't get in our safe. I don't have the codes for safes.
Okay.
And that's where we keep them is
Okay.
safe.
That's the stuff that they're going to check. And the cops have a way of checking to see if they got on airplanes. There's a way of them doing that. So there's things they can be doing on their end that I'm sure they are, because that's what that's what they do. So okay. Keep me in mind though, if there's anything I can be doing to help out, especially with the dogs, just keep me in mind with that. We have no plans with this puppy. We have no plans till later this year, so we're not going anywhere with the puppy. Okay?
I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank
I'll
you.
drop you a text once my wife looks at the ring, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Good luck.
Look at him, he's so smug. He's like, yeah, I knew, I had that guy counted, man.
Mr. Linsmeyer, is the person that you talked to in your garage, Chandler Halderson, in the courtroom today?
I'm
At this
sorry.
point,
Could you repeat that?
The question asked if you would be able to recognize the person you talked to. Before following up with that, I would ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their masks for a brief count of 3 so that the witness can observe everyone's faces. Thank you. Please replace your masks. Go right ahead, Attorney Raymond.
Do you see the person that you talked to that by the name of Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe describe the color of his shirt?
Yeah, he's seated in front of me to my right slightly, wearing a blue shirt, dark tie, and a dark blazer jacket.
And I know that audio was kind of long, but at the beginning, the defendant asked 2 questions. If you had cameras and what they pointed to. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice any disability or limitations on the defendant's movements that morning?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released from a subpoena.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations
Thank you.
on your retirement. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Does the state have another witness that would take us up to the noon hour, or?
I don't care if the state has another witness. Actually, they don't. Let's let it play out.
I think this would be a good break, otherwise we'll go far beyond it. So
Okay.
it would be a good lunch break.
Plus, you'll probably be hitting places pretty close to the noon hour. So we'll resume at 1:15. I want to give you a little extra time because of the weather. That gives you plenty of time if you're leaving the building to go up there safely. Don't slip. Be cautious. Leave your notebooks.
Oh yeah, we only get to see the inside of the courtroom, but it's early January. It's got to be like full snow, right?
And again, don't discuss the case with anyone or unintentionally observe or hear any information about the case. No research, no discussions amongst yourselves. Have a good, safe lunch, and we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, that concludes our witness list, I believe, unless anything else comes to mind. Don't really need to go through all the cops looking at photos. We did a bunch of that already. So tomorrow, we wrap it up. We wrap it up with Chandler's revisit of his interrogation. That should be good. Should be a very different situation now that we have all the facts. Yeah. No, thank you everybody in chat. Come again tomorrow. We're gonna have a look at Chandler's interrogation, and then that's a wrap for the case, I think. At least for the next year. Remember to let us know if you are in a gray state. We are, but what? I don't know, 20? Got 20 more to go. Doesn't look like 20, but it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It is exactly 20. We are 60% there. As soon as we start doing some Adelson content, which we're going to do right after we finish Chandler. Anniversary on Friday of Murder Morning. All right. So we'll say goodnight. We'll say thank you to everybody in chat. We will say thank you to the supporters, the super sticker people, coffee people, moderator people, and everyone else. Is that it? Oh, how did we do on the poll? 78% are sticking with Dick York. Well, it's kind of predictable. Metrix or dominatrix. Wow. Any comments? Let me record it. All right. Thanks again, guys. Have a safe drive home, and we'll see you tomorrow. Adios.